Yeah, 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 yeah. Shake it, but keep pointing out all the lies. Putting the scripture right in your eye. The Bible guy, he reads Hebrew and Greek and shows you that your book's not unique. The Bible guy, he turns through the pages until every Christian rages. The Bible guy, watch one time and you're hooked. Now let's watch why the Christians get cooked. The Bible guy.
Howdy, folks. Bible Guy here, coming at you live from Northeast Texas. How are we all doing today? Guys, I'm usually pretty embarrassed about the fact that I'm from Texas, but even more so now that, Texas has basically made it mandatory for kids in schools to have the Bible read to them. What the fuck is going on in this country? Clearly a breach of the separation of church and state, but in this country, who gives a fuck about the Constitution? Am I right? Oh god. But anyways, hopefully today we can make today a good day by having good conversations. Everyone, make sure you tap that screen, share the live with those you love, with those you hate, with your friends and with your enemies. Let's get the words out there so we can have some interesting conversations about the Bible is bullshit, Christianity is false, Jesus is dead. Guys, we've raised $16,000 for Arwen, and I'm so proud of all of you for the work that you have all put in as a community. It brings joy to my heart. Right now we've got 4 different apartments lined up right now for Arwen to look at. So I've been working my ass off trying to find as many 2-bedroom apartments for her where she lives, and hopefully one of them will land up pretty soon. But we got here our first guest of the day, Faith Mode. Faith Mode, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
And what pronouns do you go by?
She.
And are you a Christian?
Yes.
All right. I'm Dalton, the Bible Guy. The Bible is bullshit. Christianity is false. Jesus is dead. Which one of these 3 topics would you like to talk to us about today?
Jesus is dead.
All right. I think Jesus is dead because people don't live to be 2,000 years old. It's been 2,000 years since Jesus was alive. Therefore, he's dead, unless you can give me another reason to think he might be alive.
Right. So eyewitness accounts is not a good enough reason because you don't believe that the Bible is true.
We don't have any eyewitness accounts.
What was that?
We don't have any eyewitness accounts.
Oh, really? So anyone who ever met Jesus didn't write it down?
Nope. We don't have a single handwritten account or anything from someone who actually knew Jesus.
The Gospels that are talking about hanging out with Jesus is just bullshit?
Hanging out with Jesus, that would imply that the texts say that they were people who
How
knew
did they know about
Jesus.
the Last Supper? How did they know about anything?
They made it up
And for what reason did they make it up?
to spread the religion.
And who gets wealthy off of that religion?
Why does it need to be wealth that they need to acquire?
So they're just trying to tell people that Jesus is God because...
Well, not that Jesus is God, that Jesus is the Christ and the Son of God, because they genuinely believe it, but they create mythical narratives surrounding Jesus in order to perpetuate the religion.
Yeah, so you work for the devil.
No, he doesn't exist either.
Yeah, he does, and he's in you. The funny part is Adam and Eve, that's the same thing. They didn't know they were sinning.
What a weak ass
They didn't know they were sinning. No, I think you're a faggot. And you should burn in hell. That's what I think.
Is this the love of Christ I'm seeing right here?
This is the love of everyone who loves Jesus, hates you.
Well, guys, I mean, if any
We're
of you
taught to destroy every argument against God, and
if anyone here was thinking about becoming a Christian,
you're a pussy.
Just know that this is what you have to look forward to becoming.
Atheists sucked.
If you become
You
a
suck.
Christian.
Big juicy.
I try. Every now and then, if I can get my
because you're just
if I get my hands
disgrace.
on one. Yeah. You done
no one wants you.
You done being
not
pathetic?
even Jesus.
Yeah. Anyways, that was pathetic. Man, right off the bat, guys, already we got a pathetic Christian coming up and like losing their shit right off the bat. Isn't that crazy? Crash out for Christ, am I right? Man. Okay, let's try again. Maybe Reaper will be a more civilized individual. Reaper, are you at least 18 years old?
I'm 35.
And what pronouns do you go by?
He, him.
And are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
All right. I'm Dalton the Bible Guy. The Bible is bullshit. Christianity is false. Jesus is dead. Which one of these 3 topics would you like to talk to me about?
All of it, because you're blatantly lying.
Pick one.
I want to address your claim that there's no evidence that Jesus lived.
I didn't make that claim.
You said you did. You said there
didn't.
was no written.
There's no eyewitness.
With the last panel.
There's no
There-
eyewitness accounts. That doesn't mean Jesus
There
didn't
is.
live. There aren't.
There are 500 witness statements in Roman manuscripts.
Really?
claiming
Point us to
to-
him. Point us to him. Where are these 500 eyewitness accounts at?
They're Roman manuscripts. You can look them up, bro.
Yeah, well, where?
Of the resurrection.
I'm not going to do your homework
There
for
are
you. Tell me where.
Oh, my homework. It's your homework. You're the
No.
one that doesn't
No,
believe
you're the one who made the
it.
claim.
You refuse to believe it because
Typical lazy Christian. You're the one who's making the claim. Therefore, it's your job to provide evidence for the claim. That's not how debates work, bud. It's not like if I make a claim that you have to go do the homework. No. So, don't be lazy. Provide evidence for the claim that you've made. So 501 non-eyewitnesses, right? And they didn't write anything. Do you even know where we get that number from, 500? Reaper, if you leave the screen, I cannot hear you. I hope this is not him running away. Reaper, are you there? Is he trying to leave or Googling? It's kind of hard to tell. There we go.
I'm getting your evidence since you're too lazy to look it up.
Yeah, sure. I'm too lazy to do your homework for you. So go ahead. Find us the evidence for these 500 eyewitness accounts. Guys, I've sent him on a goose chase because it doesn't exist. There are no 500 witness accounts. So he's just going to be like furiously grokking. Yeah. Lathan says, excuse me, grokking. Yeah. Dear ChatGPT, where are the 500 Roman witnesses of the resurrection of Jesus? Little does the guest know that we only have one single line in all of the literature about these 500 witnesses. But Paul says so. Yeah. That is basically what this is going to end up becoming. Maybe do the research before requesting. Yeah, well, here's the thing, Tyler. Christians are so used to like they're in their usual like Christian bubbles. And in the Christian bubble, you can make claims and people just believe you. So like when they come to these atheist channels and they get asked for like evidence, they're like, "Oh shit. I've never had to actually bring receipts for my claims." Did you find it? Reaper? You know you're muted, right? You muted yourself?
Well, I found it, but I don't know how to add the photo. So
What's the name of the document that contains these 500 witness accounts? And I'll Google it. Just name me the document. Again, if you leave the screen. Listen, Reaper, if I just have to sit here talking to myself, I might as well move on to the next guest. Aw, Faith Mode, are you sad? In the comment section, are you
you
sad?
really don't have patience, do you?
Oh, no, I have a show to run.
A show. What you have is garbage.
Send some super chats in the on YouTube if you guys disagree that this is garbage. Let's let our friend here know that this is quality entertainment. I got people saying move on. I found it. Nah, no, you didn't. Trust me, bro. Doc. That's where the information's coming from. Listen, I'll give you at least another 5 minutes to actually engage in this conversation, or else I'm just gonna drop you. Oh, he ran. He ran away. Anyways, 44. Are you at least 18 years old?
48 County Road, Emory, Texas.
I don't live there. I don't know.
Don't know more? It's okay. I got it.
Yeah. But you know, you are a piece of shit for like trying to dox me and failing. Because your position is so fucking weak and you can't defend your faith that you have to try to dox me like the piece of shit that you are. So you know, have fun with that, being a piece of shit and showing everyone that your position is so fucking weak. You have to try and fail to dox me. Nice try, bud. You suck ass. Can we get some L's in the comment section for this pathetic cunt? Thank you. Grace Unfiltered, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
And what pronouns do you go by?
I go by he and them.
All right. And are you a Christian?
No, I just believe the world's here.
All right. I am only talking to Christians right now, but hey, thank you for calling in.
I love Jesus. I'm a Christian.
Oh, I think, okay. So you are a Christian.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm Dalton the Bible guy. The Bible is bullshit. Christianity is false and Jesus is dead. Which one of these three conversations would you like to have with me?
I want to go off the fact that why do you eat so many fucking snacks, you fat bitch? No answer? You study the Bible, but you don't know how to eat nutritious food?
Let's just sit with this here, guys.
You are fat.
I want everyone to. Oh, they're gone. Well, yeah, that's Christianity for you. That's Christianity. Christians, if you would like to like have a better representative of your faith than just someone who comes up and like body shames people, otherwise, guess what? You guys are the greatest poster boys and girls for atheism. You're doing more work for atheism than I'm doing. Every time you come up here and start slurring and stuff like that, you're turning more people into atheists. Yeah. It is what it is. Listen, I'm not fat. Yeah, I don't believe that anymore. I've lost over 25 pounds. I look hot as fuck. And you guys are just jealous because you guys suck at debating. It is what it is. But I'm hot as fuck, and you're not. And at 120 carry with the $5. Love you, Dalkin. Look at that. That's another person who enjoys the show, despite the fact that Reaper thinks that this is hot garbage. Someone would disagree. It's a big W to 1020 carry. Love you, bud. And he doesn't even have a fabulous makeup on. And listen, yeah, and I don't even have my fabulous makeup on right now. Like I'm at 50% power right now and still hot as fuck. Is it Dalkin? Thought it was Dalton. It's both. Dalton, Duncan, dribbling, whatever you want. But everyone, make sure you're tapping that screen, share the live with those you love, with those you hate, with your friends and with your enemies. Tap that screen like Jonathan wanted to tap King David. Tap that screen like those Romans tapped them nails into Jesus. Hopefully we'll get some non-dog shit Christians to call in today. I don't have a lot of faith in that, but I could be proven wrong. There's like how many people are in here right now? There's 64 people watching. Statistically speaking, some of you have got to be Christians, right? Speaking of which, hello, Christina the Godless. Hello, Sticks. Hello, Lathe of Heaven, Holy Hungry, Grumpy Butterfly, and all the lovely, lovely atheists out there. Lathe of Heaven says, I'll make you Duncan and Dalkin stickers. Don't worry. Love that. Functional High says, can't listen, just here to share and tap. Love y'all. Thank you so much. The homies out here, yes, absolutely. Love seeing all my friends in the comment section supporting the hell out of me. Dolphin, yeah. More like, damn, son. Love that. If there's one thing I've learned from spending time with Arwen is that you just gotta pump yourself up. You just gotta realize that you're hot as fuck and let the world know it. So that's what I've learned from Arwen. Let's see. Let's get Deathless Light, Russell, Darth Dawkins, and Q-Top here all at once. And so I can have an aneurysm and die. Like that would be like, oh God, that just sounds like hell, actually. Yeah, I'm in therapy to get self-esteem. Easier said than done. I'm just choosing to do it is all. I'm just choosing to do it because I know it pisses off the Christians. I'm a Christian and I love atheists. I'm learning to challenge my faith here to support. Thank you, Sia G. Much appreciated. Maybe they would fight each other. Listen, if there's one thing I understand about getting a group of Christians in a room together is that they are likely just to end up fighting with each other. At Brian Peck with the $2. Bad South Park accent Dolphin is no longer Walu. South Park accent? I've never watched South Park before, so I have no idea what this is in reference to. But Dr. Brian Peck, thank you for the comment. Much appreciated. I love when Mezzo just puts a bunch of them against each other and walks away. If I ever like getting a Christian and a Muslim on a board together and just having them fight each other, and while I sit back and watch the carnage, that'd be funny as fuck. Man, it's funny. Precept Thunderdome. Oh yeah, the Precept Thunderdome. Speaking of wonderful people, hey buddy.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain that. I said congrats on the weight loss. I've been on the process myself, but the bad South Park is from the this is from the episodes where the Japanese were angry at dolphins and whales because they're the ones who bombed Hiroshima.
What?
Oh yeah, the episode is absolutely hilarious. That looks lovely, baby. Sorry, wife walked by. And it's a dolphin and whale.
Okay, listen. One of these days, maybe I'll get around to watching South Park. It's unlikely, but maybe. I remember when I was younger, I saw the movie where I think it was Stalin was in bed with Satan.
That wasn't Stalin. It was actually that's from the movie, and that was Saddam Hussein.
Saddam Hussein.
The beginning of that movie. Yeah, the beginning of that movie is done under the basis of a pack of wild boars killed Saddam Hussein, and the world is still glad to be rid of him.
As I understand it, Satan has moved on to Donald Trump.
And was disappointed.
Russell made his new Agrippus trilemma argument, and he forgot the trilemma in the middle of a debate. It's embarrassing.
I didn't even know that person existed until recently, but I'll drop down. So I'm hoping that you get some good folks for the rest of the show. And I found out recently that you do not have the craziest Christians. I went surfing for the first time ever, and I think you popped into the few of the embarrassing holes I was in yesterday.
Oh yeah, I just like flip through on accident sometimes. I'll be trying to flip through videos, accidentally click on a live, and ended up like flipping through lives. But yeah, it's pretty bad out here in on TikTok as far as the Christians are concerned. A bunch of low tier losers, but hopefully we'll get someone in here who's a Christian who isn't a loser, who isn't low tier, who wants to come up and have a good, reasonable, and rational discussion on the Bible. Fingers crossed. His Stick says his Agrippa's trilemma argument is literally self-defeating. Well, that pretty much sums up Russell. Self-defeating. Yeah. I still haven't gotten around to watching his debate with Ian. It's on my to-watch list for sure. Remember when W was the worst president, like George W. Bush? When we thought George W. Bush was the worst president, I know it seems like very tame now in retrospect. Like George Bush seems like a great president now compared to the dog shit that we've been dealing with lately. The Trey Parker majored in Japanese. That's why they make the Japanese so much. It's always funny. I'm guessing Trey Parker is one of the people who works on South Park. He looked so stupid in his debate with Ian. Oh, I don't doubt it at all. It's him and Matthew, and those are the two videos I really want to watch. Apparently, No Degree Required is going to be calling in to the Unapologetic show tomorrow to run his dog shit apologetic for slavery, and I cannot wait to watch my boys absolutely demolish him. Bush looked like a stable genius to Sleepy Don. Yeah, that's true. We're gonna find Katrina, and we're gonna make her pay for her crimes. All right. My name is Lilu. I am the supreme wave being sent to Earth to help humanity. I'm here for you, Earthlings. Together we are the fifth element. That is definitely a reference to the movie The Fifth Element. I hope that you don't really believe that about yourself, said Donna. As the sun rises still. I'm not a real Christian, but I play one on TikTok. That's funny. The Russell phallus fallacy. I wonder if Russell could beat an intro philosophy book in a debate. Russell's carousel, cycling through fallacies faster than anyone can respond to them. It's as good a precept argument as any other. All right, well, everyone, make sure you're tapping that screen, sharing the live out. We got 70 people in here. I refuse to believe that there are no Christians right now who would like to come up and defend the faith. Christians, the only people I've had come up today are people that wanted to make an ass of themselves and be bad representatives of Christianity. Is that what you want us to remember Christianity as like these bad examples? If not, come on up and let's have a good faith conversation. The irony of the phrase good and faith being together in a sentence, the irony, Russell's razor, the explanation requiring the most semantic gymnastics is the one Russell will choose. I love that, Peg the Patriarchy. I love that. And at Brian Peck again with the $2. Watch PMAR's breakdown of Ian and Russell bring Tylenol. Why? Does he just sit there and try to jerk Russell off the whole time? Ooh, Aloran is correct. Eru Iluvatar is the one true God. The Silmarillion says so. Facts. Although, technically, he wouldn't be the one true God, as there are other lesser divinities underneath him. But he is the supreme God. Eru Iluvatar. Yes, he does. It took part in the Ainu. Oh God, I'm so bad at Lord of the Rings speech. It took part in the Ainu Lindale, the great music through which Eru revealed the visions of the world. Yes, when Eru Iluvatar and the lesser divinities created the worldly music, and then Melkor fucked it all up. He's like that one piece of shit who messes up the music on purpose in the middle of a string quartet. If I'm facing a trilemma and my argument falls on all three horns, do I win? God, do I need to do a restart already? What do you guys think over here in the comment section? Better brush up if you want to impress Arwen. Yeah, maybe I'll learn to speak Quenya so I can serenade her with some elvish language. Maybe I'll learn to recite Sonnet 18 from Shakespeare in Quenya. I bet that's a thing. I bet you anything that's a thing already on the internet. Let's take a look. Let's see. Sonnet 18 in Quenya. For anyone who doesn't know, Sonnet 18 is the "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate." Arwen Undomiel, Evanstar of her people, daughter of Elrond, half-elven lady of Rivendell. My favorite song. It's a sign. My favorite song, my favorite piece of music in The Lord of the Rings is Evanstar. Sonnet 130 is the most real. Well, let's read it. I couldn't find one off the top of the dome of Sonnet 18 in Quenya, but the first one that pops up is Shakespeare Sonnet 18 Af Yiddish in Yiddish. I probably won't be doing that, but what's a Sonnet 130? Let's see. My mistress's eyes are nothing like the sun. Coral is far more red than her lips red. If snow be white, why then her breasts are dun. If hairs be wires, black wires grow on her head. I've seen roses damasked, red and white, but no such rose see I in her cheeks. Is this like an anti-love poem? And in some perfumes is there more delight than in the breath that from my mistress reeks. I love to hear her speak, yet well I know that music hath a far more pleasing sound. I grant I never saw a goddess go. My mistress, when she walks, treads on the ground, and yet by heaven I think my loves are as rare as any she belied with false compare. It's a hate poem. That's good. So I love Sonnet 18, and I'm trying to memorize it. Honestly, there's a line. Okay, so I recently watched the Dead Poet Society. And the reason I chose to watch is because it's one of Arwen's favorite films, she said. So I watched it because I'd never seen it before. And there's a line is why did man make language? To woo a woman. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest, nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe, or eye can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. If my husband glazed me that much, I would be afraid he's cheating. No, guys, look. What's the old saying? If he wanted to, he would, and I always want to, so I do. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Good old wooing. My darling buds of May get shaken on a regular basis. Go Shakes. If my husband... oh, yeah, I just read that. Like Shakespeare didn't want those released to the public. Oh, man. All right. I'm going to do a quick restart. And then we'll see if we can get some Christians in here who are, willing to actually engage with the topic at hand. Listen, I would love to serenade you all day with Shakespeare, but we got to get some debates in here. So we're going to do a quick restart on TikTok. Now it's just me and you people over on YouTube. Howdy, partners. Wow. Ugh, man. The Silmarillion is pretty fun. Only read it once, though. I have the audiobook, and I plan on reading it, listening to it as soon as possible. I still want to read The Children of Hurin. Sir Patrick Stewart has a rendition of that. Of what? Sir Patrick Stewart has a rendition of what? Peg the patriarchy first. It would look like it. First to comment, at least. Lady of There's an echo. Does everyone else on TikTok hear an echo? Let me know if it's just Lathe or if anyone else. Rat Soup says, I don't hear an echo. Or I'm going insane 50-50. Alone at last. Yeah, it might just be you, Lathe. It's okay. We accept you. You just wish there was double Dalton in the world. And so your mind manifested it. I get it. Why isn't there a single eyewitness account for Big J? That's a good question for the Christians. Why is there no single eyewitness account to the life of Jesus? Double Dalton all the way. I can make Double Dalton a real thing. I just gotta hit this button and now there's a Double Dalton! Anyways. Oh man, glorious. Oh my god, there's a double rainbow all the way. Ha ha ha. Double rainbow all the way. You guys remember the double rainbow song? On the double Dalton bus. Sir Patrick Stewart has a rendition of the sonnet from earlier. Oh, I got excited because I thought you were about to say there's a Quenya version of it from him. How would have Sylvester the cat rendered nor loseth possession of the possession of the fair thou owest? Let's see. Suffering fact. Anyways. Christians, everyone make sure you tap that screen share the live with those you love, with those you hate, with your friends and with your enemies. Christians, I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. I'm an atheist. I'm called the Bible guy. And I think the Bible is bullshit, that Christianity is false, and that Jesus is dead. And if you would like to come up here and have a conversation with me about it, that would be fantastic. It's been rather dry recently as far as like callers have been lately. I wonder what the fuck is going on. Have you seen K-pop Demon Hunters yet? No, but that is a favorite of Arwen's daughter. I have no idea what it is though. Someone wrote a crossover fanfiction of Elrond and Picard boning grotesquely. What the fuck? I don't know if my life has been diminished or added to by knowing that little fact. Jacques Polumer says, "Call in, Christians, and find out what circumcision feels like." It's better than it should be. It's brilliant. It's touching, and the songs are absolute bangers. Maybe I'll check it out then. Found a 4-inch long spider in my house yesterday. Now I can't find it. I'm scared. The spider. The Christians are all scared of the atheist community, obviously. I do think that is the case. I do, to sound like my friend Sticks, I do take that to be the case. Let's see. I think it's your topic wording. I had an insane... Oh, Lil Sippa. Are you at least 18 years old? Well, that was nothing. God's not sending his best. Well, that's the secret. The reason why God isn't sending his best is because 1, he doesn't exist, and 2, he doesn't have any best. The what we've gotten so far is the best. I'm convinced. How's Arwen doing? She is doing much better. She's doing much better. Taking every day one step at a time, and we are doing everything we can right now to find her an apartment. I think my cat may have eaten the spider. Good. There you go. Those are his best, says Kaleskus. I believe it. Kayleen Wu says, Be Easy was up on a Christian panel the other night with 5 black women defending slavery in the Bible. That is one of the most like tragic parts about this whole situation, is that we will now have like black people on TikTok defending slavery because of Christianity. That's the damage that Christianity does. It's really sad to hear. They're also defending the grape of David's wives. Yeah. That's what Christianity does to you. Christianity will result in you defending the most atrocious things. Here's a question. Was the person named Jesus ever existed? I'm willing to grant Jesus' existence for the sake of these arguments. Now they definitely have the same mind rot virus that got G-Man. Who's G-Man? Hey, bud.
Hey, how's it going?
It's not really going. For the past 3 days, it's been exceptionally empty as far as callers are concerned.
Interesting. You done any topic switch ups or anything recently?
I tried doing the "Why should I believe in your God?" That didn't really seem to buzz anyone's bill.
I did one recently. The Bible creates toxic men. Robot Goat did that one too. That one's a good one to steal if you're looking for anything new. But like you were kind of just talking about that, really, just now.
I might steal a little bit from Arwen too. Like God is a meanie.
Yeah, that's a good one. The Bible is stinky is fun.
The Bible is stinky.
Yeah.
The Bible is accurate. ... When thrown from short distances.
I read this book recently on Roman slavery. I power read through it. I found it the other day. It's called Not Built in a Day. Really, really good. Because a lot of times, Christianity, or Christians, I should say, gloss over New Testament slavery as well. Because it's like, oh, it's Roman slavery. They had rights. They could get freed and things like that. There's so many assumptions that are like very, like completely false, really, and just doesn't really represent like what Romans thought about like slavery in general.
Yeah.
And then people in general just whitewash Roman slavery all the time. Like they just like something like 30 to 60% of Roman population were slaves. There's like we have tombstones for like people who are 100, 110 years old dying as slaves. That's like terrible, terrible things. Like how, like imagine, I can't even imagine that. You see an older person working in like a gas station, you feel bad. Imagine a 101-year-old slave.
Man, that is the Romans sucked. Guys, listen. We sometimes glorify the Romans, but listen, they weren't to be glorified. They were powerful, but power does not always mean good.
They were awful. And yeah, they were so awful.
Someone said, or is Jesus a fraud, a liar, or a loser? That's another good one. I like that. Lots of good ideas. Christians are not actually good if they require the threat of eternal damnation to behave. Briley says Jesus is powerless and Christians are weak. Greeker, prove me wrong. These are all very good. Jesus is powerless. I mean, all these Christians be praying for me to turn back to Jesus and nothing ever happens of it. We got here Frankie Frank. Frankie Frank, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
And what pronouns do you go by?
He and him, I guess.
And are you a Christian?
Yeah.
All right, I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. The Bible is bullshit. Christianity is false. Jesus is dead. Which one of these three topics would you like to talk to me about?
Yeah, I mean, the Jews crucified Jesus. He is dead.
Really? I don't remember it was being Jewish people who wielded the hammers that nailed his hand on a board. What about you, Rat Soup? Do you remember Jewish people being responsible for that?
No, I thought it was the Romans, but I mean,
Right.
I've only read it a couple of times.
I'm not sure if you
was Pontius Pilate Jewish? I don't remember that.
No, the guy in charge was Roman. I'm not sure if you've read the Bible or not.
What about the people that actually like did the process of who flagellated him? Were those Jewish people?
Were all the people supposed to be Jewish specifically? Did the Jewish people betray him?
No, not really.
Not really. I mean, the what do you call them? Fuck me. I'm all of a sudden. The Sadducees were really responsible for Jesus's death. The Sadducees, but the Sadducees don't make up all of Jewish people.
Is it betrayal to I mean, this is not a good thing to kill people for heresy, but is it betrayal to kill every person you kill for heresy?
Yeah, if you blaspheme, and according to Judaism, if you blaspheme, you should be put to death.
He was claiming to be the Messiah, and there were prophecies he didn't fulfill. He was just a fraud. I mean, that's what they did to frauds back in the day.
Yeah,
you know
absolutely.
It's not really a betrayal. And besides, it was like the Romans were more upset with it because they're worried about it turning into like a whole movement, according to the story and all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think this has been a good conversation so far. I think that we're discussing the details of the Bible in a way that doesn't support that it's BS, and we supported the fact that Jesus is dead. So I appreciate.
We can talk about the narrative just like we can talk about Star Wars. Like you're kind of just you just ran away.
They just wanted to be. They just wanted to be an anti-Semite, and it didn't work because they were biblically illiterate and historically illiterate, so they just hate Jewish people. But guess what? Jesus was Jewish, you dumb bastard.
Mm-hmm. I think it's kind of on the Bible is BS side of things. I think it's a great indicator that some of the Gospels are much, much later written than is typically thought, because they're very anti-Semitic. And they certainly can't be written by Jewish authors because they talk about the Jewish people in like this third-party accusatory tone constantly.
Oh yeah, John wouldn't write in John 6:4 like the Passover, a feast of the Jews. That wouldn't make any sense for a Jewish person to write. Or have Jesus say in John 10:34, "Is it not written in your law, I said ye are gods?" One, quoting from the Psalms, not the law, and also calling it your law and not just the law, because he was Jewish.
Yeah, great indications. These, in my opinion, these were all probably written by Greek guys in Turkey.
Yeah. John says the Bible is bullshit because you say so. No, the Bible is bullshit because it contains scientific errors, historical errors, and contradictions. But John, if you like to talk about them, come on up. I'll show you irreconcilable contradictions in the Bible. Has Duncan had his eyes checked? He's doing a lot of squinting. Oh, that's because that's why I forget to put them on sometimes. It would not make any sense if you voted for Christians like, oh my God. No, it would make sense because I don't vote for people based on what their religious beliefs are. I vote for people based on their policies.
God's policies, by the way, are a big part of why we're not Christian anymore.
At the Bible guy, is the Bible guy more BS or BDSM? BDSM for sure. Nick, are you at least 18 years old?
Mute yourself, Nick.
Nick, you're
My
muted.
bad. Yeah, sorry. I'm 39.
All right, and what pronouns do you go by?
I mean, to me, I go by whatever pronouns are out there. It doesn't bother me. He, she, like, you know, it's whatever anybody wants to be called. It doesn't bother me. But I guess he.
There you go. And are you a Christian?
No, I'm not a Christian. Did you? Oh, only Christians join up? My bad.
Yeah, only.
Hold on, my service sucks. Let me get out of here, guys. My service sucks.
All right. Well, that's disappointing. Everyone on YouTube, make sure to send in your super chats. Remember that this show is not possible without contributions from people like you. Thank you. I watched PBS as a kid. Noah, the future NFL player, is coming up.
Did you ever watch Between the Lions?
Yeah, In Between the Lions.
I love that show.
Yeah. Noah, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes, I'm 19.
And what pronouns do you go by?
He, him.
And are you a Christian?
Yes.
All right, I'm Dalton the Bible guy. This is my friend Rat Soup. The Bible is bullshit. Christianity is false. Jesus is dead. Which one of these three topics would you like to talk to me about?
Probably the Christianity one. Christianity is false one.
All right, the reason I think Christianity is false is because, one, Jesus claims to be the Messiah, and yet he doesn't fulfill any prophecies about the Messiah from the Old Testament. And two, no one's ever given me a reason to think that the Christian God exists.
So essentially, are you going off of like 100% facts? Like is there like places in the world you're talking about, or like
100%?
What exactly?
Not 100%, just like enough like facts and arguments that raise the likelihood that Christianity could be true.
When it comes to the prophecies, I'd say that's a pretty definite thing that we could look at, though, and just Jesus not, like the character of Jesus doesn't fulfill any of the prophecies for the Messiah written about in the Old Testament. That's pretty easy to look at, but you were probably more talking about the evidence for God right now.
Yeah. So, something that I'd like to say is that essentially kind of like the creation of the universe, it just is so like perfect that there'd have to be something centered around it.
Why?
That's essentially one of the main reasons.
Well, it's not perfect, but why should I think the universe was created? I'm not even convinced that the universe had a beginning.
And even if we did think it was created, why should we think it was created by Jesus specifically?
Well, in pretty much every other religious book, it says not that they're the truth, but to seek the truth. Most books say that. Essentially, Buddha says seek the truth. Muhammad was dating someone who was much underage, which...
That's a nice claim.
Already proves that
That's a nice claim about Jesus making the claim that he's the truth. But again, why should we think that your God created the universe?
I mean, Jesus got his own mother pregnant with himself when she was 14 years old. So, you know.
Yeah.
When does it say that Mary's 14?
Yeah, that's how Mary was a Jewish woman. And in that culture, Jewish women would be married off between the ages of 12 to 14. And since Mary wasn't yet married, she was only betrothed to Joseph, this would place her between the ages of 12 to 14 years old.
Maybe 16 if you want to be generous.
Yeah, but where does it say that? Like, essentially,
In the Talmud, it tells us about the ages that Jewish women would be married off in that culture. It's a deductive argument. We know that Mary was Jewish. We know that Jewish women were married off at this age. Therefore, Mary was between the ages of 12 to 14 when she was married off to Joseph and when she became pregnant with Jesus.
Same spot it says the Trinity is real, basically.
Even ancient Christian sources knew this. This is why in the Proto-Evangelium of James, a 2nd century Christian work, they say that Mary was 12.
yeah, but essentially what I'm saying is that I'm just asking, like, where in the Bible does it say, like,
It
officially confirming?
It doesn't need to say it in the Bible. We can make a deductive argument based on the fact that Mary was Jewish.
The Bible also doesn't officially confirm the Trinity. It also doesn't officially confirm the division of the Old Testament law versus New Testament law. All of these things are post-biblical innovations. You know what I mean? You just look at the Bible and you can see what it says, and what it says gives indications about what's, the story is saying. You know what I mean? You don't need the exact verbatim quote. It's called verbatim fallacy.
So that would mean that you have faith in this theory that she's 12 to
No.
14?
Faith would be a belief without evidence. I have evidence for my position, being that, one, we have evidence that Mary was Jewish, and we have evidence that Jewish women at this time would be married off between the ages of 12 to 14 years old.
This isn't particularly controversial. It's just how they did it at the time.
There's still a very decent chance that she could have been 18 and older.
Based on what?
It's the same exact thing for your claim. You're going off.
Well, no. Where do you have any Jewish sources that would say that Jewish women would be married off at 18?
I don't have sources, but I'm saying it doesn't mean that.
Well, I have sources.
Basically,
I have sources for my position. Do you not have sources for yours?
I don't usually read things whenever I debate. I usually just debate.
You should probably read things. This puts it in historical and narrative context. Your idea is just a conjecture that you hope might be true because you don't like the implications of otherwise. It's hope, basically.
Yeah. So why should I think that let's just start from this point. Why should I think the universe has a beginning?
Well, mainly because if you look at things such as like food systems and such, even one like animal that doesn't come from that ecosystem could ruin the whole entire balance, meaning that there is a balance.
Why would that lead me to believe the universe has a beginning? Because we have ecosystems?
Well, that's one of the reasons, meaning that
No. Make that connection that we have ecosystems. There's something in the middle, and then therefore the universe has a beginning. I want you to make that connection.
well, essentially, it wouldn't be perfect. There's a really, really, really low chance that it'd be perfect out of nowhere, and that chance is
The universe
essentially zero.
The world isn't perfect. You know that species go extinct all the time because they starve to death. They get overhunted by other animals, and sometimes humans have to intervene to stop from for example, wolves overhunting other animals in a region. Otherwise, they would overtake and go off the ecosystem.
Think about like those parasitic wasps that insert their eggs into the babies of, butterflies, caterpillars, and then those eggs hatch and they have to eat the caterpillar alive from the inside out before it can create new wasps. Like, is all that part, like, God planned for all that?
And again, like, if
it just seems like much more natural to me that there's natural processes that arrive from stuff because life is struggling to eke out an existence through any means possible. And then there's lots of natural processes like evolution and abiogenesis that can explain the origins of these things. And it doesn't really involve a God. And I don't see the need to invoke a God for any of it to be explained because it's explained thoroughly without a God already.
Yeah, the world isn't perfect. It's just barely good enough.
But again, like, so you believe that God isn't real because there's minor imperfections in the series of events?
No, I don't believe God exists because you get to give me a reason to think that God exists.
I already said there's several things that could tie back to God existing, as
You haven't named
there
one
could
that
be
could.
one imperfection in the ecosystem to mess it up.
You
Like if
haven't.
you put a
You
frog
haven't.
that
You
comes
haven't.
from,
You haven't named anything yet that could point us to a God existing.
well, invasive species could be placed from other places into other places, meaning that usually that's by humans,
No, it happens.
and that could lead to
It happens naturally all the time. Do you know what percentage of animals that have
because they come
existed?
from,
Do you know what percentage of animals on this planet have gone extinct? I want you to take a guess.
I'd say like close to 80 to 90%,
90,
probably.
99% of all animals that have ever existed on this planet have gone extinct. And the majority of those were before humans were ever around.
Mm-hmm.
So the world isn't perfect. It's far from perfect. If anything, the world is out to get us and kill us, and we're barely scraping by.
Have you ever heard of the puddle analogy, Noah?
Could you elaborate?
Imagine that there's a puddle, like there's a pothole on the side of the road. It gets formed by the car tires, right? And so the pothole forms, then it rains, and a puddle forms in this pothole. And one day this puddle comes alive and it looks around itself and it says, man, this is crazy. This pothole was perfectly made to fit the shape of my puddle body, because the puddle fills the hole, right? But the puddle is getting it backwards. This hole wasn't shaped for the puddle. The puddle fills to shape the hole. In the same way, life adapts to the universe. The universe wasn't adapted for life.
So essentially you're saying adaptation is what makes everything seem so perfect.
It's not perfect. It doesn't even seem perfect if you even look at it a little bit, like cancer and all these sorts of things. You would quickly start blaming it on the fall or all sorts of nonsense, but really these things exist long before humanity. And these are evidence that this is far from perfect. There's chaotic levels to every step of the system consistently throughout. It's far from perfect. And it can be explained by life adapting to the universe, is my point.
It's very fortunate that human beings have invented like housing structures. Because if I spent too much time out in the sun, do you know what would happen to me? Cancer.
You'd be sunburnt.
Cancer. I could get cancer from the rays of the sun.
So you're saying
the majority
again,
of the water.
Well, I was trying to answer his analogy.
The majority of the water on the planet, undrinkable. Okay. Majority of the land on the planet, unlivable for people like me. The Sahara, the Arctic, can't live in these places. The only reason we're able to live in any places close to this is because we have like created housing and stuff like that. But naturally speaking, the world is far from like perfect for human beings.
Yeah, I was just trying to answer his analogy of how, like, the puddle theory, like, the filling up the puddle just perfectly. I was trying to answer that.
Yeah.
Because he was talking about adaptation and such. I was saying he thinks adaptation is the reason why the world seems so perfect.
Yeah, well, I don't think the world seems perfect. I think that's an absurd thing to say. But I think adaptation is perfectly a good explanation for why we see the world we see today. If you want to call it perfect, that's on you.
So how exactly do you think adaptation happens? Do you think it just happens? Happens?
I can give you an example of how this would happen. So let's say, as for example, imagine that you have like this really green forest, and there's these red bugs. Okay, but one day, mama bug gives birth to a bunch of bugs, and one of the bugs has this like accidental mutation that occurs where the bug skin is like green instead of red. Between all the red bugs and the green bug, which one has a higher chance of surviving and passing on its genes to the next generation?
Let me think.
You have a green leaf, and you have red bugs all over it, and a green bug, and a predator comes by. Which one is more likely to survive?
The green one.
The green one. So the red ones die off. And the green one does survive, and it passes on its genes so that some of its descendants also are green. And this happens more and more. That's adaptation. The green bugs are more like well suited to their environment, so they're the ones that pass on their genes to the next generation. And if and that's just over a single generation. What happens after billions of years of change like this. You would get so many different variations of organisms on the planet, which is how you get all the different animals we have today, and plants and bacteria.
Yes, but how exactly do you think that happens? Do you think it just happens out of nowhere?
No,
you think randomly one is green and then
not randomly.
that just keeps happening?
Well, mutations occur. Sometimes, biological organisms are not perfectly able to, like, when they reproduce, like, they're able to make a perfect copy of themselves when they reproduce. Sometimes, because nature is not perfect and it does make mistakes, mutations occur. Sometimes those mutations are neutral. Sometimes they have negative effects upon the organism, and sometimes they're beneficial to the organism.
And this change happens across whole populations. It's not like one family of organisms, like alone, like, changes bit by bit. It's happening across like groups and groups, and it's happening over time. So, like, the same way we have cows that can give more milk or sheep that give more wool, humans have been doing it through breeding constantly. We do it with plants. Almost every food plant we have was bred from ancient days, from a wild thing that was very, very small and not super nutritious to being what we have today. Well, one thing you can do is you can look up watermelons, for instance, in old paintings, and you can see that they looked extremely different in the 1600s and 1500s because watermelons hadn't been bred into being as like fruit-filled and seedless as we like them today. This is a constant part of our world around us.
Okay, so you keep bringing up adaptation, yet adaptation would mostly make sense if there were to be something that would cause that adaptation.
Should we squirt a little
Mutations are natural. No God required
But yeah.
mutations to occur. Like,
Yeah, what do you mean by something?
You understand that, like, for example, if two creatures have sex and they produce offspring, you recognize that mistakes are going to happen in the replication process. No God's required for that.
Aussie Ultra Wonder Daily Mist tackles all your prep in one step, from leave-in to heat protectant for juicy, beautiful curls.
So why should we think your God is responsible for it? Because it doesn't look like the universe is all that perfect. In fact, the majority of it would kill us as a species.
Well, it kind of traces back the free will because...
What?
I don't believe in free will.
Like, you're saying that it's imperfect, right? You don't believe in free will?
No. And to be clear, most Christians use the term free will and they don't understand what it means. Free will doesn't just mean the ability to make choices. Free will is the ability to make choices independent of underlying causes. There's what's called libertarian free will, and there's what's called determinism. And libertarian free will is that we make choices, and those choices are completely spontaneous. They don't have any underlying cause. And determinism is I make choices, but those choices are determined by underlying causes, cause and effect. Because we live in a universe of cause and effect, free will doesn't exist.
So essentially what I mean is that, like, if you look back during dinosaur times, there weren't as much of these things that were happening.
Whoa, you
like,
got a lot of noise going on. Okay.
Like, before
Can you say that again? You got cut off by something in your background.
That was my notification.
Yeah, just start over. We couldn't hear the beginning of that.
Essentially what I was saying is that, like, before humans were humans, there wasn't as much of the problems that happen today. Most of the problems that happen are because of humans and us being the biggest invasive species.
The dinosaurs were wiped out by an asteroid.
Yeah, 99% of all species that have gone extinct not because of any human intervention, and went extinct before humans were ever around.
Like, I think the asteroid is probably one of the more terrible things, or like maybe what was it, that oxygen die-off, when like a whole bunch of oxygen got produced, and then that killed off all life, except for like the one oxygen producing. Anyway, yeah, no, there's horrible things happen to life all the time. We have dinosaurs with bone cancer that you can go look at. Like, none of this is like humans' fault. Suffering is well before humanity.
think. I think I ran out of ideas.
All right. Well,
It was a good debate.
yeah.
Thanks for letting me come up here.
You have a good day, Noah.
You too.
See you. See you.
See ya.
Man. All right, we're gonna bring up. I'll read some super chats after the next guest. But thank you everyone who is sending in super chats. Much
I'm
appreciated.
glad we got that momentum back up.
Yeah, me too. Soul Theory. Are you at least 18 years old?
Yeah, I'm 23.
And what pronouns do you go by?
He, him, his.
And are you a Christian?
Yeah.
All right. I'm Dalton the Bible Guy. This is my friend Rat Soup. The Bible is
Nice
bullshit.
to meet you guys. Nice to meet you guys.
Too. The Bible is bullshit. Christianity is false. Jesus is dead. Which one of these three topics would you like to talk to us about?
We can do the third one. And then if we have time or if there's nobody else, we can talk about the second one. But we'll just talk about the third one first.
All right. Jesus is dead. My argument for this is premise number 1, humans don't live to be 2,000 years old. Premise number 2, Jesus lived 2,000 years ago. Conclusion, Jesus was dead. Unless you can give me any other reason to think he isn't dead.
Wait, what's the... You just cut out on the whole beginning. I'm sorry.
Premise number 1, humans don't live to be 2,000 years old. Premise number 2, Jesus lived 2,000 years ago. Conclusion, Jesus is dead.
Live 2000... what's your argument for the second premise?
What's my what for the second premise?
Argument for the second premise.
Yeah, we have references to a man named Jesus that existed 2,000 years ago from works like Flavius Josephus, and Paul mentions knowing the brother of a man named Jesus who was crucified.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't... Do you know your own premise is? Like, do you know what premise 2 is?
Yes, it's
like
that. My premise number 2 is Jesus lived 2,000 years ago.
Okay, how does this follow that Jesus is dead? I don't...
Because of premise number 1, people don't live to be 2,000 years old. And premise number 2, Jesus lived 2,000 years ago. Conclusion, Jesus is dead.
Maybe you should be more specific with adult and say Jesus was a person who lived 2,000 years ago. He might be getting confused by that.
Yeah, people don't live to be 2,000 years old. Premise 2, Jesus was a person who lived 2,000 years ago. Conclusion, Jesus, the person, is dead.
Oh, yeah. Premise 1 and premise 2 would be non sequiturs. It doesn't follow unless you can provide the argument for that.
It doesn't. It's like saying Socrates, all humans are mortal. Socrates was a human, therefore Socrates is mortal.
Yeah,
humans don't live to be 2,000 years old. Jesus was a human from 2,000 years ago, therefore Jesus is dead. That literally does follow.
Any Christian would accept premise 1, but I don't think that. I think that would be invalid in a way. I think it follows, but it's invalid.
What makes it invalid?
It's a law of identity is the inference rule here. If you disagree with premise 2, you can do that. And I think that's what you want to do. But the inference
hold on. That's a blend on your part, my guy. You know what an inference rule is?
Don't use
because it's a person. So
use the Philbro vocabulary. Also have to pull out the Philbro timer. Don't make me do it.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so I think it doesn't follow because a Christian or myself could accept premise 1, but the problem is it doesn't follow within premises 2. I think that Jesus, right? If you wanted to say that the human principle died or the abolishment of the form of human, that's fine. But
I don't even know what that means.
Jesus, do you know what principle is?
What human principle is?
Like a human form, like the principle or the.
I know what form means in day-to-day speech.
Okay.
The shape of a thing.
Well, no, that's not okay. So, I think that Jesus has 2 principles or 2 essential properties, like or 2 natures.
Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, substantiate that.
Substantiate that.
Yeah.
They have 2. That Jesus has 2 natures.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that Jesus has. Yeah, the Holy Spirit. Consummated with Mary, and then obviously Mary being human obviously gave birth to Jesus, and so therefore he has 2 natures.
Okay, now substantiate that the Holy Spirit impregnated Mary.
Will that be shifting the goalpost?
No, nope. I asked you to provide evidence for your claim, and then your evidence was actually just making another claim.
No, I never made another claim.
You did.
That's not another.
You did.
You're
You
asserting
said,
two natures for Jesus.
No, I think
you said
no.
that. Did you not claim that Mary was impregnated by the Holy Spirit?
I got you, bro. Do you know what your contention was, right? The original contention was that
You're not
Jesus
keeping
had
up, buddy. You made another claim by saying the Holy Spirit impregnated Mary. It's that easy.
I said that human beings don't live for 2,000 years. You made the claim that Jesus has two natures.
Yeah, that's the original contention.
So I asked you to provide evidence for that, and your evidence for that was that Jesus was born of a virgin. Was born. I don't care if you think you got me. That Jesus was born of a virgin by the Virgin Mary, born of the Virgin by the power of the Holy Spirit. So that needs to be, if you want me to believe that, that needs to be substantiated.
I got you, bro.
No, his absurdity is supported by more absurdity, so it got you. It's because it's absurd to under the core, so it has you. It's just all absurd all the way down. It's turtles, you know?
Hold on, I got you, bro. Let me respond. Yeah, the original the reason why it's like shifting the goalpost, right, is because obviously what the original contention was that Jesus having two natures already provided the substantiation. Now you wanted to provide more conditions.
But no,
you want to provide more conditions in order to contend.
Your substantiation is insubstantial.
If I make a claim and you ask for evidence and I just make another claim, I haven't provided any evidence. I don't believe you that Jesus was born of a virgin, so provide evidence of it. Otherwise, I'm not going to believe that he has more than one nature, and therefore I'm not going to think that he's some sort of special exception to the rule that humans
that'd be
to be 2,000 years old.
Well, that'd be that in of itself, that's a counterclaim, my guy. I think that
no, it's not that I don't believe you. Sure, I don't believe you is a claim about my own mind, and the only way I can provide evidence that I don't believe you is by telling you I don't believe you. Unless you have the ability to read my mind.
Do you think
unless you have the ability to read my mind, you're just going to have to accept that I don't believe you when you say that Jesus was born of a virgin. Now, substantiate it.
Yeah, again, that'd be shifting the goalpost.
It's not shifting.
I think that. Hold on,
you're misusing terms. I'm not shifting any goalposts.
Yeah, I literally
claim. I don't believe your claim. You need to provide evidence.
Can you just let me respond? I got you, bro. Hold on. Let me respond.
You didn't get shit. Intellectually pusillanimous.
Yeah, now you're not going to get to move forward until you substantiate your claim. Otherwise, you can just throw out.
Well, we're still doing the same mistake again.
Nope, it's not a mistake. I have not made a single mistake in this conversation so far. So you've made the claim.
I did.
Just to be clear for the audience, our guest here has made the claim that the reason why the premise 2 doesn't apply to Jesus is because Jesus has two natures. His evidence for this claim is that Jesus was born of a virgin, but we don't know, and that by the power of the Holy Spirit, we don't know that such things as Holy Spirits exist, nor do we have any reason to believe that the Virgin Mary was impregnated by the Holy Spirit. So now we need the guest to substantiate this claim, but they don't seem to want to do it because I think we all know they can't.
Will that be shifting the? I already explained why that's shifting the goalpost.
Oh yeah, and they keep using the frame shifting the goalpost incorrectly. But we're not going to let them do so. So
do you know what's shifting the goalpost? I can respond to the meta point. Hold on. So shifting the goalpost would be providing some sort of adding more conditions or adding more adding more conditions in order to disprove the original claim.
No,
and so what you did there, hold on.
Keep making claims, I'm going to keep asking for evidence until you actually provide evidence.
What's it already?
So the additional condition would be adding that Jesus has two natures, in my opinion.
That doesn't. I don't know. That doesn't follow, my guy. But I can
just keep saying that. But you just have like a glossary that you have access to, and you've never read the book attached to it, and it's becoming increasingly obvious.
I don't have a glossary. I don't know.
Soul theory. This is very simple. We are not moving forward until you provide evidence that Jesus was in fact born of a virgin by the power of the Holy Spirit, or else I'm not going to grant you your claim that he has two natures, unless you would like to provide alternative evidence that Jesus has two natures.
Are we done? Can I speak now? I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
When we go quiet, that's what that means.
Yeah, that's fine. I can just accept the goalpost shift. I think that whenever. Okay, that's fine.
How can you have faith when you're bad faith?
I can just prove that within Luke 146, it's a case that Mary met the angel of Gabriel, letting him the prophecy, or providing her
Okay.
information that she's been chosen. I think that
Another
Mary was
claim.
also.
Another claim.
How's it a claim?
Yeah, you're claiming. You're appealing to this holy text that we don't know is true or not.
Oh, okay. That's okay. Yeah, that's fine. I can just like substantiate. Yeah, I think that the Bible is true because of the church
Well, now
providing some sort of.
Well, now we're on problem number
Sorry,
one. The
my
Bible
bad.
is bullshit because of the fact that it contains scientific errors.
Well, notice how
historical errors,
and
and
because we're on the first.
contradictions, and I don't remember me stopping to talk for you to start talking. So now you're claiming the Bible is true, and therefore that's why we should believe your claim. But I can't believe the Bible is true if it contains all these problems.
Yeah, I think what's the contention with the problems that you have? I don't.
The Bible is bullshit because it contains scientific errors, historical errors, and contradictions, and therefore it's not reliable to tell me the truth about Jesus, especially when we do have examples of the authors of the Gospels making things up about Jesus.
I don't think that most Christians, or if not all, claim that the book was like more of a scientific book. I know that you probably had some like Christians who are like creationist.
Do we have?
I don't hold that view.
Do you hold to the position that the gospel authors are willing and able to make things up about Jesus that aren't true?
No, I think that the reason why we were able to know, right, that the Gospels or the sets or the specific sets within the Bible, mainly because of the apostolic succession that was handed down by Jesus, right, and the kind of evaluation that they make.
Apostolic succession does not guarantee that the Bible would be correct. At most, what you're able to get from apostolic succession is that there's a line of succession, but that line of succession wouldn't determine that everything that would like go from one generation to the next would remain true and without compromise and without change.
Wait, can you substantiate that then?
Yeah,
No,
how does it follow
no.
from the fact?
Yeah.
It wouldn't obviously follow from the fact that there's like an unbroken chain of claims that the original claim is in fact true.
So
particularly if the account that claim occurs in is not necessarily, or has never been proven to be an account written by the author it's attributed to begin with.
Well, this is like 3 times. This is like a 3-1. What's the contention here that I made?
The contention you made is that the Bible is obviously true because of the apostolic succession, but it doesn't follow from the fact that there's an unbroken line or an unbroken chain of claims that the original claim is true.
Well, I think that there's the reason why it kind of follows because obviously when there's different groups, right, within different Jewish regions, right, because it's a case that back then when Jesus was at the time, there's different regions had different accessible within the text of the Torah. So it's a case that if it's a case that people grouped together, right, to provide agreements and disagreements and provide reasons, right, to know which ones is infallible or which one's divinely scriptured. I think that's the case. I think that it follows that it provides a higher credence. It provides a higher credence.
But why should we think that they are correct as opposed to a group of people got together and made a decision? How do we know that the things that they're making a decision on are true and that they're actually faithfully reproducing the beliefs of the previous generation?
Wait, can you repeat that? You just cut out. My bad. I keep getting texts from other people.
How do we know that the generation Y is faithfully reproducing the information and dogmas of Generation X?
Okay, yeah, I think that if there's some sort of maintained consistency within Generation Y to Generation X, so that just follows that they have some sort of notion of a principle here.
So you think that
clearly you just repeated the claim. Look, the thing in contention is that why is it the case that because there's like an unbroken line or chain of like communication between generations or peoples that the original claim is true? Like, is this an abductive case you're making that because people share a common story that hasn't changed?
I don't know what you mean by generation. If you're talking about generations within some sort of singular region, I think that we don't take that view.
Wait, look, just make the argument.
Hold on. Let me respond.
You're not addressing anything being said here, right? The contention we have is that.
Bro. Hold on, let me respond. Hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to respond.
Yeah, look, let me cap this off, and then you can make the argument, right? Because it seems to be the case that you're saying that there's a group of people who believe in Proposition X, right? And all of these people are accurately or like reliably transmitting that belief to other groups of people, you know, across regions and time and whatever, right? And that this raises the probability of Proposition X being true. Is that the case you're making?
No, that's not what I meant. I think that the kind of question you stated earlier is pretty broad. Again, within the like the quotation of generations. Again, when we talk about like the principle, such as about maintaining a principle of or the principle of consistency, right? I think that there's different groups or different kinds of access. I think that if there's some sort of consistency with those kind of access, I think that follows that they have reasons
you're inserting consistency that hasn't been demonstrated. I am asking you why is it that what reason do we have to believe that the beliefs were consistently passed on from one generation to the next?
Or moreover, why is the original belief that they held true? Like we can obviously it doesn't follow from the fact that a group of people who reliably transmit a belief in a proposition doesn't make that proposition true. Like let's just drill into the truth of the proposition itself. Why should we believe that, for example, Jesus resurrected and was the Son of God?
Well, I think that the question is broader in the sense that I don't know what you mean by like belief. I mean, there's different types of theories of like true belief.
You don't know what the word belief
right?
means?
I think
here. Let me
get belief.
Let me get Merriam-Webster out since we're getting down to this. We're getting down to this whole.
I said there's different theories of belief. Mean. You can hold on. You can hold GTV. You can hold
believe.
BLEIE. Do you this guy's like just obfuscating and bloviating.
To consider to be true or honest. To accept the word or evidence of. There you go.
Yeah, that's fine. Every other theories can hold that definition. That's fine. I don't know what you mean by like
holy shit. Like you're just trying to escape into like philosophy, but like realistically, the contention we have here, you're not getting out of this chokehold, right? We're asking you to provide reasons to believe that the proposition that Jesus was, you know, the Son of God or God Himself or whatever and resurrected, that is true.
But you're asking me.
Why are you retreating into there's different theories of belief?
Yeah, that's.
He has to.
The kind of questions you're asking me, Six, is irrelevant in the sense of that kind of problem. I don't know what you mean by it. I don't know why you're like scoping about.
In terms of different notions of belief, what would change? Like, what would change? What would change in terms of what I'm asking here? Like, do they kind of believe it, sort of believe it, totally believe it?
No, hold on. There's different theories on how to like. There's different theories on like justified belief.
Yeah, I know what JTB is.
And so you have. Hold on.
First date, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Believing a proposition is different than the justification for the proposition.
Bro, can I just like finish? Like, I don't know why we're like meeting. I don't know why we're scared.
Wait. Brief pause for this message.
Oh, bro. Oh, that's fine.
All right, now continue.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's actually really funny. Like, actually, like that. Yeah, so the kind of questions you're asking me, right, Sticks, is in relevant sense of the kind of paradigm within epistemology and like what's justified and what's so.
I still don't.
I think that you have. Hold on. I think you have a presupposition. Hold on.
I still don't understand why I should think that, for example, when Irenaeus of Lyons makes claims about dogma, that he's actually faithfully reproducing what his teachers taught him. Why should I think that is the case?
And soul theory can't tell you that until he knows what believe means.
Which is sad.
Also, is he just picking words out of a hat to use them in a sentence? Like, do you think that using the word epistemology makes you sound smart?
No, but the kind of questions you're asking me, it dives in that realm, right?
Yeah,
I think that's the problem. That
I don't know if this isn't obvious to you. I'm not a fucking philosopher. I want you to explain to me in a way. I want you to explain to me in a way that I can understand why I should believe that when, for example, Irenaeus of Lyons makes a claim about dogma, that he's faithfully reproducing what his teachers taught him.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on, I got you, bro. Yeah, like you want me to like them? I got you. Okay, yeah, I think
say it
that
one more time, and I'll say it one more time, and I'll drop you.
I got you, bro.
That's you running. That's you running. I told you I would drop you, and so you did it anyways because you wanted to run from the conversation.
Can we just like run back the tape here and recognize that when I asked him to give us justifications to believe that Jesus was the Son of God and resurrected, his response was, "Well, we have to look at the epistemic paradigm of the Christian belief." That's not a response to that question. Like, obviously, you have your views on epistemology, but that's not relevant to whether or not you can provide justification. This is just like an obfuscation. You're just bloviating.
Yeah. I'm going to give him an honorary for that. Real quick, before we move on to the next guest, I'm going to read some super chats here. We got here at Dylan98 with the $10. Hey, I'm in the book of Amos right now. Do you know why God refers to himself in the third person at 4:11? Could this be in reference to another God, perhaps? Thanks. My opinion on this, I know exactly what you're referring to, Amos 4:11, where God refers to God in the third person. And it's probably just likely that this is typical prophetic rhetoric that the prophet Amos is employing. As when we see, let me take a look over here. Jeremiah chapter 50, verse 40, we see the same type of language being employed by the prophet here. I'll start in verse 39. Therefore, wild animals shall live with hyenas in Babylon, and ostriches shall inhabit her. She shall never again be peopled or inhabited for all generations, as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah and their neighbors, says the Lord, so no one shall live there, nor shall anyone settle in her. It seems like this isn't Yahweh himself speaking, but rather the prophet is just saying this is what God says. So it's not a direct quotation from God, therefore he refers to God in the third person. And we have here at two Handan with the $20, big W to you. The Bible was written by men for men to codify their barbaric behavior in a savage culture. It was written to justify I'm going to go into Foghorn Leghorn here. It was written to justify despicable decisions and whitewash inhumane actions, and to absolve themselves of moral accountability, I do declare. Yeah, absolutely. W, yes on every point said here. I do say I'm a rooster, my dear kid. Anyways, stupid Dalton with his Looney Tunes references. Okay, we have here Tao. Tao, are you at least 18 years of age? Tao? Oh, must have been an accident. Cody Lynn, who is a friendly. Cody Lynn, just so I can ask the same question because I don't want to show impartialism. Are you at least 18?
Yes, but you can just drop me. I did not mean to request that. I'm sorry.
I got you. We got here Israel.
I think it's time for me to go ahead and get going too, but thank you for having me up.
Hey, Rat Soup, thank you for coming up, bud.
100% agree.
Israel, are you at least 18?
Yeah. Yes.
And what pronouns do you go by?
I guess a dude.
Sorry, dude is not a pronoun in the English language.
Oh, I guess he, him?
And are you a Christian?
No, I'm Israel.
No, are you a believer in Jesus?
No,
Are you
Jewish.
a believer in the God of Israel?
Yeah, bro.
I don't know. The on the verge of laughing is not convincing me.
Damn it.
Yeah. Anyways, y'all are really bad at trolling. Everyone make sure you're tapping that screen. Sticks, how have you been today?
I'm good, buddy. Playing some Starfield right now.
Fantastic. What level are you on?
Oh, I'm only like level 30. I'm not very good. I don't have a lot of time.
Hey, it's the time that you put into it, it's fine. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Someone said feminine host. Feminine host? Sure. If you're attracted to me, Mr. Nice Guy, I understand. Here, let me actually help you out there. I'll be a little bit more feminine for you since that seems to be what you're into. So there we go. Put that heavy ass makeup on. I hope you enjoy that. Anyways, you got no bass in your voice. That's objectively not true, but you say what you got to say to make yourself feel better. I know I'm hot as fuck and I intimidate you, so you just have to try to attack me, but sadly, it just won't. Of course, they're a nice guy. Yeah, nice guys that's always code for I'm secretly an asshole. And I think that me being kind to a woman entails that I ought to get something from them. Anyways. No, not Starfield. Yes, Starfield. Big W to Starfield. It's one of my favorite games. You're sweet on him. Good for you. Yeah, we all know. Everyone, tell Mr. Nice Guy Happy Pride Month. And that, they are accepted here on this live. Let's see. You got no hairline though, to Mr. Nice Guy. See ya, G. Thank you for the hearts. Let's see. Spot on, Dalton. Why are you gay? Love that quote. Love that quote. The Christian God blames every human for original sin, and the minute they are born, through their lives, and will torture them for all eternity, unless people atone for things they never did. Yeah, the height of stupidity and nonsensicalness. Spot on base. Nice guy who finishes first in the 2 seconds. There we go. That's about right. At Tracy, formerly Yantu, with the $4.99, will spank my butt and call me happy. Okay, 1 second. You're looking happy as hell, Yantu. Friendly by Brian Peck back up on the board. Brian, what brings you back up, bud?
I didn't mean to do this, but I will take this moment to complain that these damn Philbros and their adoption of Eastern Orthodoxy as a mechanism by which they are going to try to feign strength in their arguments pisses me off to no end. If you believe in the Bible and God, believe in the Bible and God. Don't sit here and pretend like you can adopt something you don't believe to make yourself seem stronger. It just makes you an asshole and a liar.
It's performative competency. If I play pretend like I'm philosophically literate, it will make my position look more stronger, and make me look like I actually know what I'm talking about. But anytime we have someone who's actually philosophically competent on the board, sticks, it becomes quite clear really, really quickly that the person in question honestly has no idea what the hell they're talking about.
You should get around to anytime someone comes up and claims to be Orthodox, just have a picture of the Orthodox dietary calendar open, because I guarantee you these people are completely unfucking aware that there's at least 5 to 10 days a month that they'd have to have some special modification of their diet for it.
Ooh, interesting. I'll have to find special Orthodox, because I'm ex-Catholic, not ex-Orthodox. So I'll have to find Orthodox like trivia to quiz them on to make sure that they actually are Orthodox. I am the Overlord. Are you at least 18 years of age?
Nigger.
So Christian. Lady of Heaven, go ahead and block that person. Thank you very much. Grumpy Butterfly says, I am unorthodox. Me too. I'm very unorthodox. At Narrative Dude with the $49.99. Big W to Narrative Dude. In support of your holiness's divine remit, in accordance to the doctrine of reason, gratiae nulli Deo. Gratiae nulli Deo. Is that no thanks to God? Is that no thanks to God? In Latin? Here, let me do a little, let's do a little, let's see. Translate. Gratiae nulli Deo. Watch it be completely wrong. Thanks to no God. I was close. Thanks to no God. Gratiae nulli Deo. I love that. I love Latin. Maybe it's because of my time in Catholicism, but Latin just sounds hella cool, and plus it's like it's like Italian. There's a certain way that Italian people talk, and it's very rhymey and a lot of rhyme and meter. I love it so much. If you're Italian out there, I'm sorry for that. I love you so much. Grazie ai Nolideo. Oh man. I'm Orthodox agnostic atheist third wave. Love that. What do you think it means to be an Orthodox atheist? What do you think that would mean, Sticks?
Orthodox atheist. I don't know what to think about that. I don't know.
Well, I'll let since Lathe is coining the term, I'll let them decide. Someone said, as a person that's never been to Italy, that accent was perfect. It means no woo-woo shit. Oh yeah, listen, I'm Orthodox atheist too, because zero woo-woo shit here. No astrology, no tarot cards. I'm strictly very much a naturalist for sure. I am the Overlord has been reported. W. All right. We're gonna do a quick restart again. It's been an hour since we did a restart. Hopefully, we'll get more conversations in today. So far, so good. We've gotten some. We got more people coming in today. It's probably because I keep having someone as a co-host, which kind of helps the algorithm, I think. So big W to everyone, Rat Soup and to Sticks, who have been coming up and helping out. But we're gonna do a quick restart, and we'll see you all in just a hot minute. And to all the people out there on YouTube right now, love you all so much. I appreciate your help. And this means the world to me, having an audience that feels like what I do is worth their time and their money. Thank you so much. All right, let's see. Latin is literally from Italy. Yes, it is literally from Italy. It is the and you can say the father of Italian, French, and Spanish. I disbelieve more gods than you do. Yes. Peg the patriarchy. Covert Corvus Corax. A Butter, the Fish King, Apostate, Lathe of Heaven, James, Rose Shady. Welcome everybody. A Butter says I'm an Anglican atheist. Oh, English. Oh, you are? Fantastic, Governor. Jacques. Much appreciated in the comment section over on YouTube. Howdy, everyone. I was mid-argument. There's no way that fake Christian is coming back. Which fake Christian? It's probably for the best. Moist the Moist Bringer says someone. I don't remember their name. And Romanian. Yes, I think Romanian also is derivative from Latin. Hence the name Romanian, like Roman. They were called somebody kinda or something, but they are a bit silly. Well, most Christians are a bit silly, so that tracks. We just developed a certain convention in legal settings to pronounce Latin a certain way, but it's all wrong. Well, yeah, I think the Latin that a lot of people know today is what's called ecclesiastical Latin. And a lot of the pronunciations are based on Italian. There is classical Latin and ecclesiastical Latin. If you want to hear the difference, for example, caelum would be classical Latin, and caelum would be ecclesiastical Latin. I love that other people immediately forget ops names too, because they're very forgettable. I mean, they're very forgettable. Pater noster qui es in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum, adveniat regnum tuum. Fiat voluntas tua sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum da nobis hodie, et dimite nobis debita nostra, sicut et nos dimitimus debitoribus nostris, et ne nos inducas in tentationem, sed libera nos a malo. Amen. Pater noster, We essentialis sanctificetur nomen tuum, fiat voluntas tua. Yeah. Ave larpus rex. What does larpus mean? You're an artist. Please tell me you did your own makeup. My lady asked me to do hers. Did I do my own makeup? No, TikTok did my makeup. So there you go. At 2 Hadan with the $2. Whores rule, verts drool. No, I will not allow for a division between my whores and the verts. It happened on the deconstruction zone. I will not have it happen here. We are all one family. Oh man. Wars for life. Too bad, Duncan. God damn it. What's your background in religion? I grew up practicing evangelical Protestant Christianity. I also ended up at one point practicing Catholicism, and then Judaism as a Noahide before I became atheist. So you use AI to do your makeup? Shame. Is it AI? Does this count as AI or is this just a filter? Hey Dalton, how is Arwen holding up? She is listen, as I recently wrote to her in a letter, your mind is full of brilliance, your will full of resilience. She is a very resilient woman, and she is doing the best she can to hold up. Someone said, time to schism. No schism. Bad Briley. Bad. Different kind of AI, not the water waster kind. Yeah. Why is bro so cute? I can't help it. It's just who I am. Here I am once again. I'm drawn into pieces. Depends on what you mean by AI. Exactly. Yeah. Different kinds of AI. But everyone, make sure you're tapping that screen. Share the live with those you love, with those you hate, with your friends, and with your enemies. Let's get the word out there so we can have some interesting conversations about the Bible's bullshit, Christianity is false, and Jesus is a big heckin' dead boy. Let's see. Oop. Just regular Dalton right now. What happened with that Data by Pharaoh guy? I don't know. I haven't seen him in a second. The schism is out of Pandora's box too late. Fuck me. Latin is the father of AI. Latin is the what? It's AM, artificial makeup. At IVN99 with the 4.99 pounds. Hello, Governor. Did you get temporarily convinced by Rabbi Singer too? He's very charismatic. Yes. When I was Christian, I was when I went from Christianity to Judaism because of Rabbi Tovia Singer. And not just Rabbi Tovia Singer, but Rabbi Michael Skobac as well. But when I would listen to debates between pastors and rabbis, the rabbis always had better arguments for their position than the pastors did. Someone said, what the fuck is Rabbi Singer? Rabbi Tovia Singer is an Orthodox rabbi who is a counter missionary, meaning that their job is that they counter missionary claims that Jesus is the Messiah. And I don't agree with Rabbi Tovia Singer 100% on all their points, because they are religious and they do have points that are presented by their dogma, but they have a lot of good takes on Jesus failing to fulfill messianic prophecy. Rabbi is anachronistically mentioned in the Bible. That's not true. Rabbi, as it is used in the New Testament, is not a clerical term. Probably the problem is that we capitalize rabbi in our Bibles when in reality, rabbi in the Bible, Rabboni, and rabbi, or rabbi, is just an honorific. It means my great one. It's not a clerical title. If it was being used as a clerical title, then it would be anachronistic, but that's not the way that it's being used in the New Testament. At Edward's Dilemma, with the $4.99, does anything support Paul persecuting Christians as if Rome would allow the Jews to do that? Yes, Paul himself testifies that he persecuted Christians, but like what that entails might be different than what we get from the book of Acts. Acts makes the claim that Paul was going out and murdering Christians at the behest of the high priest. Paul himself never makes that claim. Paul never says that he murdered Christians, only that he persecuted them, which could mean anything. I blame King James, as do I. I blame him for a lot of shit. Does Jesus not mention things about rabbi and where they sit and how they dress? He mentions how the Pharisees dress, and where they sit, which is accurate. But he never refers to them as being rabbis in a clerical sense. Tom Bombadil says, well, Jesus supposedly, he says how they dress, where they sit. Oh, yeah, no. He never refers to those people as rabbis in a clerical sense. How do we know your name is Dalton and not an online synonym? You mean pseudonym? You don't know that, I suppose. My name could be Richard, as far as you know, I guess. Oh God. Stu says the schism is real. Game over. Well, I tried my best to keep things held together, but you know, all things split open eventually. If Christianity can't survive, then a movement based on facts can't, I suppose, either. I was always told while Paul was Jewish, he had bought Roman citizenship and worked for the Roman state. Well, there's nothing in Paul's writings to support either of those positions, so I don't buy it. There's a lot of things that we say about Paul the Apostle that are derived purely from the Acts of the Apostles, and I have a lot of reasons to doubt the Acts of the Apostles. How do we know your pseudonym is Duncan? That is actually probably my real pseudonym, is Duncan. At Edward's Dilemma, again, with the $4.99, I meant, is there historical evidence for Paul persecuting Christians? Nothing beyond Paul himself stating that he persecuted Christians in the book of Galatians. How long did you think it would take for Mormonism to become the dominant sect of Christianity in the USA? I don't know that it ever will become the dominant sect. I don't think Rome would allow it. Like, would they allow just a Jewish guy to go around and like bad-mouthing other Christians? I don't see any reason why not. I don't think Rome would allow a Jewish guy to go around and murdering people. I don't think they would allow for that, for sure. Here I am once again. Duncan, because he's always Duncan on Theus. There you go. That's the secret. I am Duncan because I'm always Duncan on them Theus. I heard there's a zombie apocalypse in 2028. That's the conspiracy. Well, I guess we'll find out in 2 years if that conspiracy is true. Well, everyone make sure you're tapping that screen, share the live with those you love, with those you hate, with your friends, and with your enemies. You got 66 people in here. Statistically, some of you have got to be Christian. Guys, I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. I'm an atheist. I call myself the Bible guy because I do think I know the Bible better than Christians do on TikTok. And I think the Bible is bullshit. That Christianity is false and that Jesus is dead. If you disagree with any of these points, come on up. Let's have a conversation. Every apocalypse prediction has failed so far. That is true. Every single one of them. Who here remembers all the hype surrounding December 12th, 2021? Or sorry, 2012. 12, 12. Oh, was it? No, it was December 21st, 2012. 12/21/12. We all thought the world was going to end. Do you know what I did on December 21st, 2012? I watched the movie 2012. Yeah. I really didn't really believe it. I remember, in fact, that there was a commercial for Cheez-Its, or was it? It was either Cheez-Its or it was Jello. I think it was Jello, actually. Jello had a commercial where the Mayans stopped the apocalypse by offering up Jello to the gods. Jack the Jezebel said they got married in 2012. Nice. I listened to Rush album in 2012. That's a pretty fun idea. Yeah, it was good. It was good advertising. I don't remember Y2K. I was alive for it, but I don't remember it. I was far too young. I don't remember anyone in my family freaking out about it too. How much y'all want to bet there's going to be a big zombie movie released in 2028? I'd love to see it. I got married on the 21st of May. They had end of days billboards all over town. There's nothing more foreboding for your wedding day than calendars telling you that it's going to be the end of the world. I'm drawn into pieces. Oh my god, what's somebody stuck in my head now? God is an American? I mean, God isn't in anything. At Tracy, formerly Yantu with the $1.99. That's not my N. That's your N. What? Yantu, I don't understand. Is this in reference to something else that I said or something else that you said? Either way, good to hear from you. We need a zombie movie about the cabinet. Read their last super chat. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Spank my butt and call me happy. That's not my N, that's your N. Or it's not my N, that's urine. Maybe it's meant to be urine. It's not my N, that's urine. It's a pun. Maybe. So way too YV Nick 0. Way too. Are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
And what pronouns do you go by?
She, her.
And are you a Christian?
Kinda.
All right. I'm Dalton the Bible guy. I'm an atheist. The Bible is bullshit. Christianity is false. Jesus is dead. Which one of these three topics would you like to talk to me about?
Well, I'm kind of confused on the whole Jesus is dead thing. Or I'm pretty sure Christians would agree he's dead.
No, they would not.
Why not?
You're the fourth Christian this week that I've had to teach this to. The teaching of Christianity is that Jesus was dead, but that he's been raised from the dead.
So then where is he?
In heaven, alive, bodily, alive, not dead.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I think he is in heaven. I want to talk about, but I do want to talk about the Bible Christianity is false. Let's talk about that one.
The reason why Christianity is false is because Jesus wasn't the Messiah, because he didn't fulfill any prophecies about the Messiah from the Old Testament, and no one's ever given me a reason to think that then they ran away. Fourth Christian today that I've had to teach basic Christianity to. So that's I need a boo on here. Or I can just do this one.
You're a fucking idiot.
That works. Yeah, big L to the Christians who don't know basic Christianity. Perfect, yeah. Jesus is in heaven. Is that anywhere near Gaimus? Don't know what Gaimus is. Um, man, I am just getting hella notifications right now. Christina the Godless liked your post. Oh, there's a video of me. This is actually one of my favorite videos I've made of recently. Because it's just incredibly adorable and endearing. Let me see if I can show it to you guys. Let me see. TikTok.com. Profile. Where did I put this video at? There it is.
Okay, so
Let me see. Browser. Here we go.
okay, so if God, for example, commanded or said that it was good to put babies in blenders, that is just intrinsically good because he commanded it?
So it's an impossibility. It is not good, therefore God would not command it.
Oh, okay.
But
So
theoretically,
then morality
yes,
is
because God
extrinsic to God.
God, these Christians, they just turn their brains off when they have these conversations, don't they?
So then
I know,
morality
Are you
is
holding
extrinsic.
papers to copy me?
So let me clarify on that. If
Oh man. I was doing that for like 5 minutes before she realized. Oh man. I would have never noticed. Well, she's very sharp. She's very observant. This one. Let's see. I was there that day. Yeah. What type of camera do you have? Elgato. An Elgato 4K cam. Oh, so I'm dull. Rude. What? No. I never said that. You're not dull. You're so the opposite of whatever dull is, Lathe. You're exciting. You're so exciting. You're so exciting. And you just can't hide it. Why, Dalton, you old salty dog, you. But yeah, I got an Elgato because not Arwen, Arden from over on the line told me that it was like the camera that they use over there on the line. So I was like, fuck it. If that's the standard, I might as well just like go ahead and purchase it for myself. Yeah, we love Arden. She's great. She's fantastic. Hello, Sticks. Hello, Sticky Stick. But yeah, I sent Arwen 4 apartment recommendations today. Hopefully one of them, they're all in her price range, 2-bedroom. Hopefully one of them will be good enough for her to move into. I make my own holy water. You just got it right. Have regular oil and boil the hell out of it. Sam McKay says, "May Jesus have mercy on your soul." Well, he can't because he's dead. Hard to have mercy on someone's soul if they're dead. Remember that. That's important to know. It's important to know. Have you ever heard the theory that Christianity was a psyop to overthrow Roman ideology and rule? Yeah, it's bullshit. It's called Caesar's Messiah. It's it was proposed by Joseph Atwell. It's like the most conspiracy theory heavy version of mythicism ever. It's utter bullshit. I used the most basic webcam ever, and people compliment on it all the time. I'm always surprised. Yeah, that's the thing, is that sometimes you'll be like, you'll spend all this money on tech, and then someone else comes along with like something a lot cheaper, but it looks just as good, and you're like, well, fuck me. Oh yeah, and you don't correct Nora, and I don't have a soul. That also is a kind of a necessary feature to have mercy on my soul. You have to have a soul, and I don't have a soul. How about that Jesus is a mushroom? I also think that's bullshit. I don't know what that symbol is. Jesus is a mushroom. There's a whole, I don't know. It's a whole thing about like someone's like was doing mushrooms and they hallucinated Jesus. I don't know. I always just go with the simplest explanation. Simple explanation: Jewish guy got nailed by the Romans, and then people had psychological phenomena occur to them to make them think that he was still alive. Jack Chicken, looks like you're just spamming, and you know what we do to people who spam? We mute them. So thank you for playing the game, spam game. There's a myth that Jesus moved to Japan and became a mushroom farmer, and there's a tomb for Jesus in Japan. So many people had the exact psychological phenomenon, not the same one, but collective delusions would be a shared psychological phenomenon. Yes. Yeah. Send them to the shadow realm. Just because you don't believe in something doesn't mean you have to be rude to other religions. Oh yeah, I will be rude to Christianity all day long. A religion that teaches that you should hate gay people, hate trans people, deny them the rights that they deserve, tell children that they're going to burn in hell. Yeah, I will, and result in people supporting slavery and misogyny. I will be rude to that religion until the stars go out. You have proof for these claims of psychedelics? I don't make the claim for psychedelics. I make the claim for psychological phenomenon, and that's a different thing. The tomb is empty. Jesus is risen. What? I don't even think Jesus was buried in a tomb. Anthony, would you like to come up and give us reasons to think that there's a tomb and that it's empty? If my children find empty cookies on the plate on Christmas Day, is that proof of Santa? Big L to Christianity today. Never say you should hate those people. The Bible never tells anyone to hate using its own terms. Well, no, but their actions speak louder than words. Aren't there 7 of Jesus' tomb? I know of 4, maybe 5 tombs allegedly of Jesus. 3 in Palestine, 1 in Pakistan, and 1 in Japan. And the one that has the strongest evidence for it is the one where they found the bones of a man named Jesus. You can define hate and love? Yes, I can define hate and love. Watch, I'll do it right now. We'll go over to Merriam-Webster. Let's see. Hate. Intense hostility and aversion, usually deriving from fear, anger, or sense of injury. So that's what hate is. And love is strong affection for another arising out of kinship or personal ties. So yeah, I just defined it. Boom. All right. Bray Angla Vance XT. Bray, are you at least 18 years old?
Fuck you, you look gay. Fuck you.
That was a Christian. You thought wrong. Are you at least 18 or are you going to crash out immediately?
No, I'm 40.
And what pronouns do you go by?
He, him.
And are you a Christian?
Yes.
Alrighty then. I'm Dalton, the Bible guy. The Bible's bullshit. Christianity is false. Jesus is dead. Which one of these 3 topics would you like to talk to me about?
Where do you develop your morality from?
Yeah, I make an assessment of fairness and well-being.
So it's subjective.
Yeah, all morality is subjective.
So it's
Objective
according
morality
to your
is
opinion. So you
yes.
can't declare what's right or wrong.
Neither can you.
So it's just your preference.
Just the same as yours.
No, I follow an objective religion. So Christianity has laws that are followed that are objective, that exist outside of the mind.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
They exist in the mind of God, therefore they're God's subjective opinion, his preferences.
No, that's God's law.
No, yeah, it's God's law, but it's like subjective.
No, it's objective.
What makes it
The creator, the creator of the law.
Wait. Do you know what the word objective means?
Yes, I already explained it to you. It's either existing with the mind or without the mind. So as a result,
that's two different things. Which one is
that's
objective?
objective and it's subjective. You would think you would use context.
Which one is the objective one, just to make sure that you understand?
The objective one can exist outside of the mind.
All right. Does God have a mind?
No.
He doesn't. So the Bible's wrong?
No.
Wait, the Bible says who can know the mind of the Lord. So what? The Bible's wrong.
Exactly. So who can know the mind of the Lord?
So God does have a mind.
So can you?
Wait. You're brushing past it. Too bad. So God does have a mind, right?
Yes, and you can determine that.
Okay. Well, the Bible says that. I'm just going by what the Bible says. The Bible says God.
Okay, so how can you determine justice?
So wait, hold on. You don't gish cop. What do you think a mind is?
Well, it depends on how you're referring to it. You could. Some people refer to the mind as the brain, and some people say, "Don't interrupt me. That's rude." For people that like.
Okay, you need to take it easy. You need to calm down. You're okay. You're not being harmed right now. You're not.
I'm being interrupted.
You're now
It's rude.
It's not rude. Sticks is asking for a clarity.
Interrupting.
You're crashing out for Christ right now. You're making you're making a fool of yourself and of your religion.
I am not.
So I'm going to ask you to take a few breaths. Take a few breaths right now. Few breaths. It's okay. In and out. You're okay. You're okay.
Okay, I have a question.
So Sticks asked you a question. What do you take?
No, I was in the middle of talking when they.
What do you take a mind to be?
You like to cover your privates and poop?
What does you? That's a non sequitur.
Is that true?
What do you take a mind to be?
Is that true?
You're being really bad faith right now.
Is that
what?
Is that a true statement?
It's not.
Is that a true?
Now, what?
Let your.
I'm not.
Let your audience.
I'm not.
Is that a true?
Run.
Is that?
Away.
Do you?
Crash out for Christ.
Enema.
Crash out for Christ.
Are you the enema king?
Crash out for Christ.
Is it sanity?
Crash out for Christ.
To put your in poop. Is that sanity? Can you answer?
If anyone
can you answer
here, I'm just gonna mute myself. I'm gonna mute you. Real
can
quick.
You answer?
I can't hear you.
Can
also,
you
to make it to where the audience won't.
Can you answer?
So the audience will only be able to hear me and no one else now.
Of course.
So what we have here, everyone.
You're disgusting. You're disgusting. Your disgusting behavior.
A simple.
You're disgusting.
What is a mind? So now they're out for everyone to hear.
Yeah.
Quite sad and pathetic.
That's what happens when you
interrupt I'm going to give them the opportunity to calm down and stop crashing.
You put your
and if they can't do that, we will have to let them go.
And try to tell people
have a conversation with them. I don't know.
That's okay.
Them up is so.
You tell people.
All right. You're still correct. You can come back up, but you have to calm your ass down. Stop embarrassing yourself and embarrassing your religion. You just showed everyone. So if anyone was interested in becoming a Christian today, that's what Christianity does to the mind. It warps it and results in becoming a crash out queen. Another one of these for the day.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
And also I'll mute you in the comment section. So the only way you'll be able to talk is by coming up here, but also acting like a civil human being and not like a monkey flinging his feces everywhere. These debates are pointless. Man cannot figure out God. Yeah, we can. Because God is a construct of the mind, we can figure out constructs of the mind. This person said they were 40. Hopefully they'll act their age now. Okay, I'm going to bring you back up. But you need to chill the fuck out. and you are going to answer the question of what you take a mind to be. And as soon as you do not answer that question, I will drop you and I will not bring you back up. So what do you take a mind to be?
You said feces?
What do you take a mind to be? Last opportunity.
The seat of thought.
The seed of thought. Does God
The
have
seat
thought?
of thought.
The seat of thought. Does God have a seat of thought?
Yes.
Okay. Does his
And
morals
you can't
come,
determine it.
Does his morals come from the seat of thought?
No, God is morals. Like how God is, that determines morals.
That doesn't mean anything.
Well, it
Yeah, it
becomes
does.
vacuous, right? Because if you say that God is morals and morals is God, then you've collapsed it into this tautology in which what you're saying
Everything's
is that,
collapsed into tautology. Agrippa's trilemma. How do you solve for that?
well, just to be clear, no worldview can escape Agrippa's trilemma. But just to be clear, what you're saying here is
Got
that.
him.
Wait, do you think that your worldview escapes Agrippa's trilemma?
No, Agrippa's trilemma is self-defeating.
I would agree with that, actually.
Okay, so that completely eliminates what you were talking about before. Next.
It doesn't.
Wait. What did I say that is defeated by the notion that Agrippa's trilemma is self-defeating? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
That the tautologies of God.
Wait. So, just to be clear, if you make the
So it's
assertion that
self-defeating.
morality is God, right, and God is morality,
Mhm.
insofar as they share some sort of identity. Now, is that the case that? So, is it the case that God commands things because they're good, or do they become good once He commands them?
So God is good, so all things that he commands is good.
You might as well say God is flibber jabber, and it carries the same exact semantic meaning.
Yeah, like you.
Yeah,
it's
because
vacuous,
atheists
right?
can't determine a morality. They can
Wait,
say
nice burden shift.
We can. To be
Nice
clear,
burden shift, though, right? We're talking about your view.
it's your
Like,
preferences. You
It's
can't
also-
determine
it's also-
morality. You can't.
It's also
You
your
can't justify. You have no justification.
Dude, chill out. Chill the fuck out. You're
Stop muting me.
You're not bringing anyone closer to religion. By
I'm
doing this
roasting
way.
you. I don't
You're
need to.
not.
Y'all aren't
You're
of
not-
God, so
you're
you don't
not-
need to.
You're not
be.
roasting anyone.
You're
child.
children of Satan.
Okay, you either calm
So let's
down-
continue. I
you
just
ei-
roasted
you-
your
you-
other guy.
You're not,
Next.
No. Okay, I'm not talking to you.
Y'all listen.
I can talk. I would rather sit here in silence than talk to someone of such bad faith. You suck, and your religion. I hope you know you just made more people into atheists. That was, God, it's so embarrassing. I would be so embarrassed if I went up on a live and act like that. Trey Demaro. Hopefully, this person will act like an adult. Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
What's a W-2 form?
A W-2 for Texas, my brother.
A W-2 form
For Texas.
for Texas. Okay. And what pronouns do you go by?
I'm a man. I go right here.
He, him. And are you a Christian?
Absolutely.
All right, I'm gonna need you to speak up a little bit. You're a bit mumbling. So I'm the
I got you.
Bible guy. The Bible is bullshit. Christianity is false. Jesus is dead. Which one of these 3 points would you like to talk to me about?
By Christianity being false. Yeah,
All right.
that'd be fine.
The reason I think Christianity is false is because Jesus claimed to be the Messiah, yet he didn't fulfill any messianic prophecy, and no one's ever giving a reason to believe that the Christian God exists.
So you say he didn't fulfill any messianic prophecy?
He didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies. Not a single one.
Not a single one. That's
Not a
crazy.
single one.
And what were the other points?
That
You seem-
no one's able to demonstrate that the Christian God exists.
And what's your definition? Like, what do you mean by demonstrate?
Show to be true. Show to be real.
Okay. Do you take Jesus as God? Like, do you know that's like the Christian
Well,
standpoint?
he can't be God if God doesn't exist.
Well, you're saying that to be able to demonstrate, and I think Jesus is a demonstration.
Okay,
That he is God.
demonstrate that Jesus is God.
And like biblically,
No, in reality, because the Bible would just
Well,
be a claim. The Bible would just be a claim. You have to demonstrate that the claim is true.
well, biblically speaking, I would have to reference the Bible, of course, as
Well,
because
the Gospels do not teach that Jesus is the God of Israel, Yahweh.
Oh, the gospel's absolutely do. I can point it out multiple times in John.
Yeah, go ahead, do that. Let's start with 1.
You know, obviously the I am claim.
Yeah, it doesn't help at all.
It helps actually a lot.
It doesn't. All this tells us is that there's a special relationship between Jesus and the divine name Ehyeh, I am, but that sort of relationship already existed between angels and the divine name, even in the Old Testament, without the angels actually being Yahweh himself. We even have an angel in Judaism called the Metatron, who definitely isn't God, and yet is called the Lesser Yahweh.
So where would you in scripture does it say that the angels or any other being is one with the Father?
One with the Father. That would be John chapter 17. Jesus says, Father, let them, the believers, be one, even as we are one. One doesn't mean of the same essence. It just means united in will and goal and purpose.
So and then you also have in the beginning of the chapter, of the Gospel of John and John 1:1.
Yeah.
Or you know that as well.
Yeah. It says, in arche in hologos, and the beginning was the word. Kai hologos in proston theon, and the word was with the God. Kai theos in hologos, and theos was the word. The question is, what does it mean for the word to be theos? Does it mean that it is the God of Israel? Well, since it doesn't use the definite article and it's an arthrous, probably not. And we see throughout the Gospel of John, such as in John 10, where even Jesus says about the Pharisees that they are also called gods.
Little God in the metaphorical sense.
Yeah,
With
he's
the
also
lowercase t.
and Jesus is also a little God.
No, absolutely not. That's not the claim he made there. He specifically asked them. He said, "Is it bad for me to make this claim? Are we not all little gods?" And no, he did not say we. He said, "Are you?"
Yeah, he's saying that if to those that the word of God came to are called gods, why are you like saying I'm in the wrong for saying that I'm the son of God?
But he specifically like divided himself from the claim that he made after that.
Well,
but also
he is in a special category of his own, but it's not the category of being Yahweh.
Are
you familiar? Are you familiar with?
1 second, brother.
Wait. We need a little background information because are you aware that the Gospel of John isn't the first Jewish text to reference the Logos, the word?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Are you familiar with Philo of Alexandria?
No.
Philo of Alexandria was a Jewish philosopher who existed in the early 1st century CE. His work actually comes before the Gospel of John. And in his work, he does talk about the Logos, the Word, which is the highest of all God's archangels, also called the heavenly high priest, the heavenly Adam, the image of God, and even called the Deuteros Theos, the second God. But it's said to specifically be the highest of all God's archangels and different than God. This is all that the author of John is making the claim of, that Jesus is this being, the Logos, not that he is Yahweh, because he says that the Father is greater than I.
Yeah, in his human nature, for sure. But
he doesn't say that.
But that's the claim that are made throughout these creeds, and it's accepted in the Christian faith.
The creeds are post-biblical philosophical innovations on the faith. The Bible itself doesn't make the claim that once that Jesus is equal to God.
Again, so John 1:1, you're making this claim that it's saying that the word is not. It's not saying that the word is God.
Not capital G God, no.
Okay.
That's why like prominent biblical scholars would say that the best rendition of John 1:1 would probably be, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and divine was the Word.
So do you think that he was there before creation as well? He's an eternal being?
Not eternal, but before creation, yes. That is the claim of the Gospel of John.
Okay.
He's the first, as it says in the book of Colossians, he's the firstborn of creation. He's the first thing that God created, and from that created all of the things.
It also says begotten, so I wouldn't say created. It was a begotten.
Begotten means born, which is a starting point. Doesn't mean eternal. That's the same thing as saying that's the same exact meaning of saying firstborn of creation.
No, it's not.
Wait.
So
if I am the firstborn of my parents, am I not begotten of my parents?
But again, that's what I'm saying.
No,
You would be
answer my
making
question.
first. Well,
Answer
first
my
you made the claim that he was
answer my
made before creation.
answer my question. So
That's fine.
Ishmael,
I can say
Ishmael,
yes to that. I can say
I-
yes to that.
okay,
So
so Jesus being begotten and him being
so
firstborn
I'm
are not
hold on, brother.
I'm not done talking. Are not
You didn't let me finish talking,
are
brother.
not contradictory terms, they're complementary terms.
So you said he was created before creation, and then he was begotten in the time of when he came down into earth. So those are contradictory claims as well.
The begottenness of Jesus is in reference to his creation.
You said isn't?
Is in reference to his creation.
So you're saying that he was created twice, one time on earth and one time in heaven.
Well, no, he was incarnate on earth. He already was existing.
Those are contradictory
as an
claims, is
engine.
what I'm saying.
He already not a contradictory claim. He was created once in the beginning, before time, or not before time, but before the world was made, and then was incarnate as Jesus.
Okay, I can see that claim.
That's what the earliest Christians believed in the Gospels. Also, if Jesus were God, he would have inherent authority, but yet Jesus says that authority is given to him. So, for example, this is my phone. I own my phone. Are you able to give me my phone?
What do you mean?
Are you able to give me ownership and access to my phone?
No, absolutely, it's your phone. Yeah.
Exactly. But Jesus says that all authority has been given to me, meaning it didn't belong to him before.
Oh, it absolutely did. When he came in this human form, he specifically said he came to be a servant.
Well, no. Where does it say prior to Jesus' birth that he already had authority?
Where does it say that he didn't?
Well, no. If you want to make the claim that he did, that's the positive claim. I'm saying I don't believe you when you make the claim that he did have authority. So I'm asking for the evidence
Of Jesus having authority?
Yeah, prior to his incarnation.
Oh, he said everything that the Father can do, I can do.
That's not the same. He's talking about also that was when he was on earth. What is the evidence that prior to his incarnation that Jesus had authority?
Like a plurality? I can show you multiple places.
Authority,
in the
not plurality. Those are two different words.
Well, God had authority before.
God had authority, but what about Jesus?
Well, if we're making a claim that he's been eternal and he's part of the Godhead, then he would have authority.
Well, no, the Bible doesn't say Jesus is eternal.
It doesn't say he isn't, but it does say he was there before our creation.
Well, yeah, the default position is that all things are not eternal until you demonstrate that that thing is eternal. Like, for example, it says in the Bible that God is immortal and eternal. Okay? It doesn't say that about Jesus, though, so I can't believe it.
His human form wasn't immortal.
No,
but his divine nature.
Can you show us that in his divine form he was eternal? Otherwise, I'm not going to believe you.
I'll give you scripture on where he said that he was there before creation.
Well, that's not eternal. That's not the same thing as eternal.
But it's based off that you made a claim that he's not eternal because he was created.
I'm saying, well, it does the Bible say that he was the firstborn of God's creation?
No, it does not. Not creation.
It doesn't say that? It doesn't say that Jesus is the firstborn of creation?
Hold on.
Are you sure you want to make that
you're
claim?
lagging, brother.
I don't think it's me. Are you sure you want to make that
Hold on, you're
claim?
lagging, brother.
Are you sure you want to make that claim that Jesus isn't the firstborn of God's creation?
Am I the one lagging?
Probably you. Are you sure you want to? Are you sure you want to make the claim that Jesus isn't the firstborn of creation?
The first creation ever made by God is what you're saying.
The firstborn of God's creation.
Yeah, I can go off there. So I want to see scripture on what you're going to say.
Yeah, I just want to make sure before are you going to affirm or deny the position that Jesus is the firstborn of God's creation?
I would deny that he was not the first creation. Yes.
What does firstborn mean?
You're trying to go back to the word begotten.
No, not the word begotten. The word firstborn. Prototokos.
Born. Yeah, no. Explain to me what you're trying to say.
I'm asking you a question. What does firstborn mean? Jesus.
What it means to be firstborn?
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting up for that. That's what I'm saying.
You got to stop mumbling. I can't understand a word you say when you mumble.
Means to be firstborn, born first.
Say it with your chest, bud. Okay. Firstborn. What is something? If Jesus is the firstborn, what does it mean for him to be the firstborn of creation? If that's what it said.
I would say I don't know what you're trying to say. Yeah.
So you wouldn't know what that means. So just so we're clear, the word in question is prototokos, from the Greek word protos, which means first, and tikto, which means to be, to bring forth, to produce. So the first thing that is brought forth.
Non-believers are such liars. AK, I was never rude to you. But what were you saying?
When you mumble, I don't understand the word you say.
I was talking to somebody else. What were you saying?
If prototokos means the first thing that is brought forth. If Jesus is called the first thing that is brought forth, he's not eternal, right?
Brought forth does not mean firstborn. I would not say that.
That's exactly what that means. That's why it's translated as firstborn. Jesus Christ.
All right, so okay, we can go off that. Where's the scripture that you're saying?
Colossians 1:15. He is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation.
He was brought forth.
Yeah, the first that was brought forth from all creation. There's all of creation, and Jesus is the firstborn of that creation.
Yeah, no, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, it's Colossians 1:15.
Y'all look more into that.
So that's why I don't think Jesus is eternal, because the Bible clearly says he's the firstborn of creation.
Yeah, I'd have to look more into that.
So no, Jesus is not God. Why should I think your God exists?
And then again, you have another claim saying Jesus is dead, and biblically that wouldn't be correct.
So you want to move on to being Jesus is dead? Yeah, the reason Jesus is dead. Here's my syllogism. Premise number 1: humans don't live to be 2,000 years old. Premise number 2: Jesus was a human that existed 2,000 years ago. Conclusion: Jesus is dead, unless you can give me a reason to think otherwise.
Well, if we go back to the Bible, like we have been doing this all the time, it said that he raised from the dead and he came up and he was brought.
And what is the evidence that that is true?
The Bible.
The Bible is not the evidence; it is the claim.
We've been using the Bible as
I'll pretend
evidence.
I'm talking to the Bible now. Bible, what is the evidence that what you're saying is true? Answer for the Bible, please.
The Bible. You have the manuscripts, and then the manuscript said that there were multiple eyewitnesses as well that seen him.
No, there are no eyewitnesses to the resurrection of Jesus.
The claim in the Bible says that there is.
No, they don't.
That's right. Like, we're kind of just kicking the can down the road here because you're kind of just repeating what the claim is. We're looking for reasons to believe that that claim is true, right? That what is said in the Bible is true.
Okay. So what's your standard of truth? Like, what would, like, if the claim is there was 500 witnesses or whatever number it says?
Yeah. Name one of those 500.
I couldn't. Yeah.
You can't, because we don't have any information about them. Not any information. We have one guy. Yeah, one guy, Paul, who makes the claim that Jesus appeared to 500 people.
Well, you also have, besides Paul, you have in the Gospels as well, where it says specific people that seen him as well.
Well,
but we don't have their testimonies.
Yeah, we don't have those people's testimonies. We have someone else who we don't know writing about these things that allegedly happened, and they contradict each other, which leads me to have not a lot of faith.
What is your standard on contradiction? Is just like the different people that went to the tomb,
or like you can't have like two events that do not correlate happen at the same time.
What would those events be?
Like, for example, the birth of Jesus. They completely contradict each other. Are you familiar with the birth of Jesus stories?
Yeah, I've heard them.
All right. Was Jesus born under the reign of King Herod the Great?
Yes.
All right. When did Herod die?
Some say before that, like 50 BC or something like that.
No. 4 BCE is when Herod died. Was Jesus born during the reign of during the time when Quirinius was the governor of Syria and he did a registration over the people?
I'm not sure with that one.
All right, let's take a look at that. Luke chapter 2 says here, in those days a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. All went to their own towns to be registered. Joseph also went up from the town of Nazareth in Galilee to Judea, to the city of David called Bethlehem, because he was descended from the house and family of David. He went to be registered with Mary, to whom he was engaged and who was expecting a child. So was Jesus born while Quirinius was governor of Syria?
Yeah.
Well, here's the problem. Quirinius did not become governor of Syria until 10 years after Herod was dead. Therefore, Jesus cannot both be born during the reign of King Herod the Great, but also during the time when Quirinius is the governor of Syria.
I see that claim as well. I'd have to look into that as well. I could understand your standpoint for sure.
Yeah, so I don't have any reason to think that the Gospels are true.
And I respect it. And I'm gonna look more into those things, and I would be glad to have a conversation with you again and see what I come up with.
Alrighty then. Go and read your Bible.
Brother. Stay blessed. Jesus still.
Anyways. I know there were no spaces between his words. You see a 6 tonight? I don't know what that means. They always have to fart in the room before they leave too, right? God bless you, is what they say, which translates to I have to look into to do that. Yeah, exactly, Glitter. Yeah, precisely. Are we oh, we are having fun. Yeah, we are. God. Yeah, Christians, if we get another Christian in the next 15 minutes, we'll keep the show going. If not, we'll end in 15 minutes. But everyone, make sure you're tapping that screen. Arwen had fun at the show last night. Sticks.
I saw a little video. That's awesome. Yeah, no, I think that was that's exactly what she needed.
Yeah, precisely. I kind of want to pay to have her go to take a spa day. She needs it. There's a lot going on right now. My cat just looked at me like I farted when you did that noise. Take a look at me, kitty. Damn, the phone rung. Look into my eyes. Okay. Man, that was hot. Anyways, usually clowns are funny. We had a clown on last night coming on. Literally, were you here for that, Sticks? We literally had a clown come up and try to defend Christianity. An actual clown, like in full makeup.
Like on camera?
On camera.
Holy, I mean, that tracks.
It tracks. Spicy Alamo says, tell your cat I said pss, 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 pss. He did a double taken move now. He's like, I don't want to be near her when she's doing that. Smart kitty. Smart kitty. Did he juggle? He was trying to juggle a bunch of bad arguments. I had to turn his camera off. At House 70 with the $5, Christians are not in a loin girding mode. That is true. Christians, House is calling you guys out. Gird your loins and come on up and have a conversation. I think House seems to think you guys are cowardice. And I'm inclined to believe him. The birth story contradiction, the death story contradiction, the actions of Jesus contradiction. Yeah, contradictions. It's like, you know how they say turtles all the way down? It's contradictions all the way down. Also happy I missed the clown. Well, I did make sure to turn their camera off once I saw their camera on, but you know, and they kept trying to turn it back on because of course they do. They don't understand that when I turn the camera on off, it means I don't want to fucking see your face. Dumbledore died for our sins. You will be cast into Azkaban if you disagree. Christians, watch out. Do you want the Dementors to suck out your soul? If you turn that sound 3 times in a row, Defreak turns into a leprechaun. Eric Anesthesia guy. Eric, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes.
And what pronouns do you go by?
Oh, he, him, I guess.
And are you a Christian?
No.
Oh, are you a theist of some kind?
No.
Oh, what brings you up then?
I just think the Bible is bullshit and religion is bullshit and belief in God is bullshit.
I agree, but we are only taking opposition at the moment. But hey, W takes, Eric. Why would anyone believe a character that has no legitimate story actually existed? I have my reasons for thinking Jesus existed. Namely that Paul mentions his brother. Kind of have a hard to have a brother if you don't exist. And Josephus mentions him and his brother at one point. Outside of the TF. So. Let's see. Best call yet. Yeah. Yeah, that was the best call yet. They said nothing but facts. Keep reading is Jesus, son of Damnius. I don't buy that. Otherwise, it would have mentioned previously that this is Jesus, son of Damnius.
Yeah, Josephus doesn't typically introduce someone or like give their kind of their family line or something after already discussing them. That he does it beforehand.
Yeah, it would be very atypical of Josephus. Yo, Dalton, I hope you see this because of you. I'm learning Hebrew. I thought the Concise Dictionary of Classical Hebrew because the BDB was a little hard to navigate. Hey, well, I love to hear that. Congratulations on starting your journey into learning Hebrew. I'm sure you will be tov me'od, very good, once you put in a lot of study. I always encourage people to learn the languages. Okay, also Jesus was high priest in the 60s, the one in Josephus. He would become high priest. But do we have any example of Josephus ever referring to a high priest using the term Christo? I don't think so. But those sections of Josephus may have been inserted later. I don't have any good reason to think that the chapter 21, I think it's chapter 21, book 21, chapter 9, paragraph 1 was inserted at all.
It's book 20, right?
Book 20, maybe. Yeah. Book 20, book 20, chapter 9, paragraph 1. LOL, Mellet, go. Are you at least 18? No, they're not. All right. Hello, KDoc Scholar. 2 separate sections. Yeah, the TF might be inserted, but I don't think that the James passage was inserted. No, sorry, I'm not, but can I talk about it? No. You're not at least 18-year-old, you don't get to talk to us. In fact, you get muted. You can watch, but you cannot talk, and because we do not talk to children on this app. Jimmy, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes, but I just wanted to say thank you for your service.
Oh, well, happy to
help. I hope you have a good day.
You too. Thank you for your service sounds a bit too, just so everyone clear, not from the military. It just sounds a bit weird. I don't know what to do with that. Say, hey, are you at least 18?
Go find God.
I didn't realize he was lost. Don't y'all know where he's at? Thank you for your cervix. I will never ever like actively work towards having a baby, but if I ever was in that situation, after finishing, I would look her dead in the eyes and say, "Thank you for your cervix." Gabe says, so why do you only debate Christianity? Why not debate other world religions like Islam or Hinduism? Because I'm not educated enough on Islam and Hinduism. And unlike Christians, I refuse to talk at length on topics I'm not educated on. Because Vishnu is true. Says Edward Dilemma. Real quick, since we don't have any opposition right now, guys, I'm gonna take a look at this real quick. I have a where did I put that link at? Oh god, it's been a while since I've looked at that. I have a link here from Arwen. Her daughter's birthday was this week. As you guys know, they had a house fire. And so her daughter lost most everything. So let's see. There is a Amazon link. If you're on YouTube right now, go down into the description of the video. You'll see the link there. But there's a link to give Arwen's daughter birthday presents. Where the hell did I put that link at? Jade's birthday wish. There it is. Let's see if there's any. Yeah, there are still items on here that haven't been bought. So if y'all want to help this little girl, she's turning 8 years old. Give her some birthday presents. Here, I'll put for you people on TikTok. Here, let me put this in here in the comment section. There you go. Go and buy Arwen's daughter some birthday presents. We got a PO box. If you buy these things, it'll get sent to the PO box. AK says, I am sending her a bread and craft box from my store. Dig W, AK. Love that. All right. We got some looks like we got some callers in right now. See you in 2030. Are you at least 18 years old?
Yeah.
You got some back here. I have to mute you. You have some background noise. Can you get away from or turn off that background noise? Something about a big giraffe. I'll give you a minute or so to take care of that.
Sorry, that was my brother.
All right. Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
And what pronouns do you go by?
Him.
And are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Alrighty then. I'm Dalton the Bible Guy. This is my friend Sticks. The Bible is bullshit. Christianity is false. Jesus is dead. Which one of these three topics would you like to talk to us about?
Jesus is dead.
All right. I think Jesus is dead because people don't live to be 2,000 years old. It's been 2,000 years since Jesus was alive. Therefore, Jesus is dead, unless you can give me a reason to think otherwise.
Well, Jesus was fully man and fully God. I think God can do whatever he wants.
All right, prove that.
So he can live for. Well, he did. It's documented that he performed miracles.
Prove that. Prove that is true.
He turned. It's documented.
It's also documented that Odysseus tricked the Cyclops by blinding him and then telling him that his name was nobody before Poseidon threw him into a whole crazy storm. That's not really documentation. That's mythology. Same thing with Jesus, as far as I'm concerned, unless you give me a reason to think otherwise.
Well, Jesus, I'm trying to tell you, he was fully God as well as fully man.
Okay, prove that. I don't believe you. And I don't think that it's true just because the Gospels say so. Give me a reason to believe the Gospels.
Let's do a different one.
All right. Christianity is false because Jesus claimed to be the Messiah, and yet he didn't fulfill even one prophecy from the Old Testament about the Messiah.
This one I know. No, he did.
Okay, name it. Name a prophecy.
he would call it? He would bring peace.
What was that?
Rebuild the temple, bring peace.
Well,
rebuild the temple in 3 days.
Jesus didn't do any of those things. The temple, to
No,
be
he
clear, isn't Jesus's body, according to the prophet Ezekiel. Ezekiel gives us dimensions for the temple, the kind of sacrifices that would be offered in it. Shows that Levitical priests would be the ones offering the sacrifices. It's a building, it's not a person. So Jesus didn't build the temple. He also didn't bring peace because we still have wars.
Where does it say that the temple's a physical temple?
Ezekiel. The last few chapters of the book of Ezekiel are completely dedicated to describing the temple that will be built.
And it says, let me look it up real quick.
Boop, 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 boop. Let's see. Then he brought me to the nave and measured the posts. On each side, 6 cubits was the depth of the posts. I mean, it talks about cubits and stuff like that for the measurements of the temple. He measured the depth of the room, 20 cubits, and its width, 20 cubits.
Wait, but doesn't it also say that the Messiah will be born of a virgin?
No.
It does say that.
It does not. Where do you think it says
does?
that?
It does, in fact, say that. You can look it up.
Isaiah 7:14.
I don't remember exactly, but I know it says that.
Here, I'm going to read Isaiah 7:14. Let's see what it says about being born of a virgin in the Messiah. Let's see. Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. What virgin?
Well, Mary was a virgin.
Well, it doesn't say virgin here in Isaiah 7:14. It says, look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son.
No, what version of the Bible do you have?
I'm looking at the original Hebrew. Lakin yitan Adonai hu lechem ot. Hineha alma hara v'yoledet ben v'karat shemo Emmanuel. Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. The word for virgin is betula.
And it also says that.
And it doesn't occur in Isaiah 7:14. Your Bible mistranslates it to say a virgin shall conceive, but the Hebrew doesn't say that.
But it also says that he'll be a descendant from King David.
There are lots of
Which
people
he
who
is.
are lots of people who are descended from King David. Not all that special.
Well, that was a prophecy that he fulfilled. He said he didn't fulfill one.
Prove that he's a descendant of King David. I have two genealogies for Jesus in the Gospels, and they contradict each other.
It actually in Matthew shows you.
Yeah, but Matthew's
Matthew,
genealogy.
the book of
Why
Matthew.
should I believe Matthew's genealogy when it contradicts like Luke's genealogy?
Well, because Matthew and Luke had two different perspectives.
Two different perspectives changes
Matthew, Luke.
a whole. Does a perspective change history? Like Jesus's grandfather in one gospel is Joseph's father Heli, and in the other one is Joseph's father Jacob. Does perspective like create alternate timelines where multiple genealogies are true?
Wait, did you used to be a Christian?
Yes.
Is that how you know all this stuff?
Yes.
So finish what you were saying. It was a question.
Yeah, I can't believe that Jesus is a descendant of David when we have these two contradicting genealogies. Not only that, but according to the Gospel of Luke, Mary, who is Jesus' only parent, allegedly, is related to Elizabeth and Zechariah, who are Levites? If anything, it looks like we have stronger evidence for Jesus being from the tribe of Levi and not from the tribe of Judah.
No, he was born in Judea. He was from Judea.
Lots of people were born in the region of Judea. People who were people of Judah, people who were Judahites, Levites, Benjaminites, all were born in the region of Judea. Being born in the region of Judea doesn't make you a Judahite.
Well, another prophecy is that he'll be pierced on his hands and feet. Jesus.
There's no prophecy that says the Messiah will
It's
be
in Psalms,
pierced.
yeah.
You're reading you're reading a mistranslation. First and foremost, Psalms are not prophecies. They're songs. They're poetry. And this one says specifically at the very top of the psalm, that's a Mizmor la David, a psalm for David. And the passage in question is verse 16, which in your translation says, they have pierced my hands and my feet. But the Hebrew says, Ka'ari yadai vereglai. And Ka'ari doesn't mean pierced. It actually means like a lion. And even in your Bible, in Isaiah 38, verse 13, it gets translated as a lion.
But there's another prophecy is he'll come to Jerusalem on a donkey. Zechariah.
Well, no, it says that your king comes to you riding on a donkey, and that he will break the battle bow from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem. Jesus wasn't a king, and he didn't do any of those other things. All he did was ride into Jerusalem on a donkey. That's literally half-assing the prophecy. A half-assed prophecy is not a fulfilled prophecy.
So I want to hear your evidence against Jesus.
I just did. I just gave you evidence against Jesus. If he doesn't fulfill prophecies, he's not the Messiah.
So what religion are you?
I'm not any religion. I'm an atheist.
Oh. Well, you know I'm 16, right?
So you're a liar.
Is your belief in Christianity the reason you're a liar?
Probably. Lying for Jesus, everybody. Lying for Jesus. What does the Bible... Sticks, what does the Bible say about liars? Where do they go? Sticks? You're muted, Sticks. I'll just answer first, Sticks. I think they're busy doing something. They go to hell. So if your religion is true, I guess enjoy hell, kid. You're good, Sticks. All right. Man, we got a bunch of liars for Christ, crash outs for Christ. Hopefully this next person won't be a fucking liar. Or a crash out. Yan said the music.
My real name is Ian. You can call me Ian.
Ian, are you at least 18?
I'm 29.
All right. And what pronouns do you go by?
Is it okay if I don't answer that and just say I'm a man?
No.
All right. He, him.
Alrighty then. And what the hell happened to my camera? Oh yeah. Anyways, and are you a Christian?
Yes, but not in the man-made religious way.
That's all there is. But okay. Now, I'm the Bible guy. I'm an atheist. The Bible is bullshit. Christianity is false. Jesus is dead. Which one of these three topics would you like to talk to me about?
Is it all right if I ask you a question before we start?
Sure, I'll allow it.
What led you to become an atheist?
The Bible.
What about the Bible? Just the negative things that happen in there?
Not just that. That was an afterthought. Mostly the Bible being historically and scientifically inaccurate, containing contradictions, Jesus failing to fulfill prophecy. And then on the cherry on top of that is the fact that Yahweh is like a dickhead.
Well, the one prophecy that comes to mind is Micah 5:1-2, where the Messiah would be born in Bethlehem, which is then fulfilled in Matthew. Born in Bethlehem, yes.
I don't remember seeing the word born in Micah 5:2.
Well, let's go to it. I'll go to it.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, look, you have the original
Hebrew?
Was it the original Hebrew Bible? Where the heck do you get something like that?
Online.
Online, okay. And do you think that is the original just because you bought it offline? I'm asking
No,
serious. I'm not
I also have a physical copy of a Zondervan's, a Reader's Hebrew Bible.
And who wrote that?
Zondervan, a Christian company.
Okay.
Well, they didn't write it; they printed it. The writing was done by the Jewish people thousands of years ago.
Okay, so you believe that the virgin birth, Jesus fulfilling the prophecies was all made up?
Yeah, there's no virgin birth in the Old Testament.
Oh well, see, because the Bible that I grew up on, because you were talking about to this guy earlier about Isaiah, was it 7:14? That the original version doesn't say virgin, but
Yeah.
every version that we have now says virgin.
No, no Hebrew Bible today has the word virgin there. In fact, if I go back to
The
look
Holy-
at
the Holy Bible
if,
says
if I no, your English translation says virgin.
Okay, well that's what I'm saying. The Bible that we have now,
But not every Christian Bible says virgin there either. The New Revised Standard Version, updated edition, doesn't say virgin there.
Yeah, and Seth, we have the earliest copy of Isaiah we have is from the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? The Great Isaiah Scroll. And it's very clear in the usage of the term Alma and not Betula.
Okay, well, you're teaching me something right now.
But you want to talk about Micah 5:2 or Isaiah
I just find
7:14? Which one did you want to
I
talk
just
about?
find it odd that it's almost impossible, not really impossible, to find the original writing of the Bible, and all we have
It's not
is this
possible.
one.
It's very easy to find it. Very easy.
Okay, well, I never thought about actually looking for it because I hear a lot of people coming and with information from it saying that this Bible that we have now, the New American Standard Version, has been tampered with.
Well, the translation's just shit, is all.
But would you believe, though?
Did you want to talk about Isaiah 7:14 or Micah 5:2? I'm confused.
Well, both of them kind of came to mind. Micah was the first one. It's just these things are just coming to mind, and I'm just doing kind of research on my end as well.
So where does Micah 5:2 say anything about someone being born in Bethlehem, specifically using the word born? Ve'ata Beit Lechem Ephrata Azir Lechayot Be'elfi Yehuda Mimecha li Yitzei
That's awesome.
Lechayot Moshel Be'Yisrael.
Are you actually Hebrew, or did you just learn the language?
I just learned the language. Umotzav Mikdem Mi Yemei Olam. And you, Bethlehem Ephrata, though you be one of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth to me one who is to be a ruler in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient times. But it doesn't say anything about someone being born in Bethlehem. It says that they're going forth is from Bethlehem, and it calls them a Moshel B'Yisrael, a ruler in Israel. But Jesus was never a ruler in Israel.
Okay, all right, yeah, that makes sense. I see it. I see what you're reading. Okay, and so you may be right about the Bible being tampered with, because I hear a lot of people saying that. But let's go to your last claim: Jesus is dead.
Yeah,
That's something that I never truly understood when it comes to, because people think he's here physically.
Well,
But do you believe that in atheism you're only limited to matter and energy?
No, as a naturalist, I'm only left with that.
So you don't go above that to spirituality?
No, I have no reason to think that spirits exist.
Okay. You don't take testimonies on here, do you, right?
I do not.
Okay, so I'm not going to tell you my testimony. I respect that, because every time I tell my testimony, I get death threats in my DMs. It's crazy, bro, how much people attack me when I tell them what Jesus did for me personally in my life. So
yeah, it's just that we can't verify or test any of your claims. So we only accept things that we can independently verify and care for.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, of course you can't verify because that's why they say personal relationships. It's a personal thing. I think
Yeah.
when somebody
So let's move on to something you can demonstrate.
Yeah, and Seth, maybe a good question to ask is, if that experience didn't happen to you, do you think that there would be any other good reason to believe in God or to believe that this story is true?
Say that again.
I know that that experience you had might have been compelling or convincing to you, but if that hadn't happened to you, do you think that there'd be any other good reasons to believe in God or in Christianity or the Bible?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, the Bible's physical. Everything, all this evidence we have is physical, but when I actually believe and step above that into the spiritual level and really believe it, things start to come true. And that's the only way that I could provide it. And that's why it's so hard to prove that point, because as a human, our minds can't fathom the spiritual without actually believing and accessing it.
You're just
Because
saying if I
there's
believe
few
it, I'll
people do.
believe
You
it.
believe in witchcraft?
Hold on, you're just
No.
saying, yeah, no, I don't.
Both of my
But
grandparents were in witchcraft,
I
and
don't
they've
care.
told me
Okay,
experiences they
just so you
had.
know, we think witchcraft is as silly as Christianity.
Okay, well, I respect that you believe that. It's just, man, I just,
Jenseth, what you had said
there's
prior to
people in the Bible
this,
that only had their testimonies to prove God's existence, and that's kind of where I'm at, because
Or-
my whole life I
sorry.
was kind of like,
Sorry,
I was like,
my friend Sticks is trying to say something. Sticks?
well, look, dude, all you're kind of saying is like, if you just believe it, you'll believe it, right? Like that's just trivially true. Like we grant that, but we're looking for reasons to believe it. Now, if you think that the Bible is true, maybe, you referenced the Bible just now. For what reasons do you think that those testimonies are true? Or that those stories are true?
because personally, when I tried it, it worked.
You have anything better than that? Anything that would provide evidence to me?
Right, because you have to factor in, I mean, obviously it's the case that Muslims believe the same thing about their text, right? When they just believed it, all of a sudden things, I don't know, started going right for them or whatever. But if we have two contradictory claims in which it's kind of got the same degree of evidence, we have to go beyond that. So do you have any reasons for us to believe that claim?
Like, just faith, man. I mean, look at all the evil in this world. The amount of suffering.
I see a lot of evil in Christians.
Well, and is that not evidence against God?
Yeah.
Like, why would evil be evidence for God?
You've had the question, why does God allow suffering, right?
Not just allow it, but perpetrate it according to the Bible.
Perpetrated, yes. Like in what was it? Where he commanded the slaughter of the children of Babylon, and with the women,
or when God had innocent women raped as a punishment.
So if you believe that the Bible was translated, do you think that those things were added as well, or is that in actually your Hebrew, your original Hebrew context?
That's in the original Hebrew.
Okay. Do you think that when God steps back, that's when free will takes place?
Free will is not biblical, nor is it a real thing in real life.
And you're begging the question. You're saying if when God steps back, we don't believe God exists at all. We're looking for reasons to believe that it exists.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, going back, you've had the question, why does suffering exist? What would a world without suffering look like?
Heaven.
Okay, so but you don't believe there's a heaven.
Right, but you do. So the world could exist without suffering, and yet it does. If God is all good and all powerful and all knowing, then he knows how to create a world where no suffering exists and every desired outcome is reached, and he's powerful enough to make it happen. And yet that's not the world we live in. So obviously that God does not exist.
Well, do you think that it would be loving for God to create something to just go his way and everything to just be perfect? Do you think that's true love?
Yep.
Or do you think it's true love to be able to just see for ourselves and choose life?
I don't think it's true love to create people knowing full well that they will burn in hell for all eternity.
Well, by the creation of free will, we choose to burn in hell.
Free will is not in the Bible.
It's also logically incompatible with God.
Yeah, like think about it like this. Ian, let's say you wanted to have a kid, and you knew for a fact that if you had sex with your wife today, the child that would be born in excruciating pain for every moment of their life. Or if you have sex tomorrow, the child will live a very pleasant life all their life. Which day are you going to choose to have sex with your wife?
Well, in that case, tomorrow. Yeah.
Why? And why is that?
So the child wouldn't suffer.
Yeah, you wouldn't purposely create a child knowing that it would suffer for its whole life, right?
Yeah.
Does God choose people knowing full well that they will end up in hell for all eternity?
Actually,
Were you about to
yes, in the
interrupt?
beginning of creation, God knows that people are going to be born and never accept him.
But he could have made to where those people weren't born. He could have made to where the only people that were born are the people who would choose to freely love him.
I think all creation had its choice.
I
to
know,
choose.
and he could have created the people only that would have chosen to freely love him.
Well, I don't consider that true love.
Why? Wait, are you saying that since you chose
Because
to
then
have
there would be no-
since you chose to have the baby tomorrow, that you didn't actually love them because you chose for that child to be born living a life of pleasure and not pain?
Well, as a human, that would be impossible to know when to have
Well,
sex.
no, in this scenario, you do know. Is it unloving to choose to have the child that would have a pleasant life?
If you put it that way, yeah, I'm gonna have to get with you on that one. Yeah.
In what world is it unloving to choose to have a child that would not suffer?
Man, just where Satan exists. That
See,
world that Satan exists.
this is why I could never get behind Christianity, because it rots your brain and makes you say all kinds of ridiculous things, like choosing to have a child that would not suffer is worse than choosing to have a child who would suffer.
Hmm. Okay, I see where you're going with that.
So if God's all knowing and all
I
powerful,
truly believe that humans abused their own power because we were given our own power to choose, and
if
that is a big.
if God is all
big
knowing, He knows how to set up the situation where all people would choose to truly
And that's
to truly
why he
choose to love
promised
him.
Jesus.
But no, all people don't choose to love God.
Since one man disobeyed God, disobedience goes to bad places. He already promised a savior to free us from that.
He didn't. He didn't.
I mean, you can believe that.
I
But when
can-
I called on the name of
there's-
Jesus, my life changed forever.
Okay, I don't care about the personal testimony. If this is the best
But
you
that's
got, I think
that's what's beautiful.
if this is the best you
about
got,
it.
I think we're just gonna move on.
If you want to cut me off there, go ahead.
you're not really
Yeah.
giving me anything of substance to deal with here.
All right. Well, I mean, that's my testimony has helped a lot of people, and if it doesn't help you and you don't want to hear it, then I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's not going to help us
No.
here. We're looking for evidence, and your personal testimony is not evidence.
Perfect. All right. God bless you, man.
And may the force be with you. It's just like Christian brain rot syndrome. Jay, are you at least
Hello.
18?
Yeah.
And what pronouns do you go by?
He, him. If you're curious, I'm heterosexual.
And all right. And are you a Christian?
I was raised in a Christian family, Christian household. I like to call myself, I'm not an atheist, I'm not agnostic, I'm a non-religious philosophical theist. It's a lot. So I
So you're
believe
not
that there is a
Classical
God.
theist? Like, do you hold a classical theism?
I believe it's called. Yeah, I guess so. Because I know there's deism. I wouldn't call myself that.
So do you take it to be the case that there exists a mind with intentionality, an agent that created the universe that has some particular properties, but you don't ascribe that mind or that God to any sort of like theology or religion? Like it's not the Christian.
Yeah, that's a great
description?
explanation, actually.
Real quick, Sticks, do you have mod powers?
I don't.
Here, type something in the comment section. I'm gonna give you my mod powers because I gotta go and make myself something to eat. I'm gonna let you handle this one.
Okay, dokie.
Well, I'm not like trying to argue. I just have a bunch of, I'm trying to inquire about your guys' takes on everything and your backgrounds and everything.
Yeah.
That's
Sure.
cool.
Well, I think we're mostly interested in talking to believers that want to justify the belief that they have, right? Do you have good evidence or justifications or arguments in support of the claim that there exists a fundamental mind that created the universe?
No, obviously I don't, and I have a lot of questions as to why the universe was created to begin with.
What makes you think it was created?
Well, the
Because
Big Bang
cosmology.
Theory.
Well, the Big Bang Theory says nothing about the universe coming into existence, right?
I thought that's what created the universe, or that's where the universe
No,
began.
no, the Big Bang, it is a misconception. It's a common one. I think physicists and scientists in general are just notoriously bad at coining terms for the things that they're describing. But the Big Bang does not describe the universe coming into existence. It just simply describes a rapid expansion from an initial hot, dense state, right? And so, in fact, there was a conference last year, maybe a year and a half ago, about called the Copenhagen Conference, where cosmologists and cosmogonists were asked fundamental questions pertaining to physics and the universe. And one of the questions they were asked was, does the Big Bang describe the universe coming into existence? And physicists notoriously disagree on virtually everything, but this question they agreed on more than any other question, and that the answer was no. Like, I think it was close to 70 or 65 or 67% or something agreed that no, the Big Bang isn't describing like an ex nihilo creation event.
Okay. What? So then, what do they attribute the universe to then? Like,
Well, there's different cosmological models that all say different things about kind of how the universe came to be or how it always existed, right? Or what the state was prior to the Big Bang, right?
it just always existed.
Yeah, there's lots of cosmological models that hold that. There's like conformal cyclic models, right? Like the Roger Penrose type models.
Bro, that's
There's
crazy to think about, though.
Yeah, it is crazy, but I mean, really, is it that crazy if you hold the belief that God always existed? Like, at least we have evidence for the universe, right? And to say that, at least science allows for an eternal state, right? There's geodesically complete models, and I mean, even the Hartle-Hawking no-boundary proposal model is in some ways eternal. But what I'm saying here is that
I
if you
guess
think
I
God
guess
always
that would give
existed,
you
it's not a
like some
stretch.
sort of peace, right? I see what you're saying. That
Yeah,
there
like,
is.
look, I think we have evidence for the universe, right? And so at least that's a starting point. And as long as like there's no logical contradictions, like problems philosophically with the eternal universe, which I don't see any contradictions entailed by like an infinite regress.
That's my thing.
Sorry, what's your thing?
Like I get stuck in the loop because my misunderstanding was obviously okay. I told you like, oh, I thought the Big Bang created the universe, and then I get stuck in this like infinite regression of like, well, for example, I don't know necessarily the exact names of the energy that created the reaction, but let's just say oxygen or something, right, was needed to create the reaction that had happened. Well, why was oxygen created? And then the particles that create oxygen, why were those created? How were those created?
Yeah, so that would kind of be begging the question, because when we're talking about the universe, we're talking about the totality of all that is, right? And you're asking the constituent parts that caused for the Big Bang to start banging, or that make up the universe, how did they get created? Well, again, these cosmological models just allow for the universe and the things that exist within it to exist eternally, right?
Yeah.
So I don't have any reason to believe that they did come into existence.
I see. So are you atheist as well, or?
Correct. Yeah.
And let me make sure I get this straight. So basically, you reject that there is a God because there's no evidence that there is a God.
Well, I think like that's a kind of a nuanced question. There are multiple reasons I don't believe that there is a God. There's philosophical reasons with I see problems with.
Obviously, yeah. I would agree with you. I would align with probably a lot of your philosophical reasoning.
Yeah, so I find metaphysical problems. I find that there are actually metaethical or like moral implications of like an all-powerful, all-good God existing. But if you start dropping those attributes, you can avoid some problems. For example, the problem of evil. If God's not all good or not all powerful, then the problem of evil essentially goes away, right? But
Yeah.
I don't think many theists, even classical theists, want to drop those attributes. But I moreover, I just think like empirically, I just don't think we have any good reason to believe that the universe did come into existence. So there's questions there, right? And I just have low priors, right? There's like Bayesian constraints where we can just suggest that it seems to be the case, at least abductively speaking, that these hypotheses, these God hypotheses, don't account for any data that naturalism can't account for, right? So it's more parsimonious, and there's just, it carries the same amount of explanatory virtues in saying that the universe is natural and it just exists naturally. There's no supernatural causal relations between anything, which God is definitionally supernatural, right?
Yes. So if I ask you, if I were to say, what do you believe happens when you pass away, right? Would you take it to be what happens, like it would be the same state before you were born, just like a state of like non-existence or non-consciousness?
Yeah, like we don't know and we can't know, I don't think. I think there's like an epistemic gap there, but I think we have strong reasons to believe that it's much like I don't believe that disembodied minds can exist, right? So the mind I have, if the body, the physical substrate, the brain that it arises from ceases to exist, I just don't have really good reason to believe that there can be any sort of subjective experience beyond that.
Would you take into consideration that it is actually highly favorable and highly probable that you could actually experience the same experience you're experiencing now after you pass away, based on like the numbers and the probability of it happening because it already had happened? It just won't be that. So for example, so we don't really know exactly what consciousness is, right? But let's say consciousness arises, right? And at some point in time throughout life, right? It won't have any knowledge of past experience or past, like, oh, I came here before. But is it crazy to say that that same consciousness that you are, I guess, in possession of now will arise again based on the numbers? Because the odds of you...
I think I see what you mean. I think I know what you're talking about. So
you see what I'm saying?
Because the universe exists infinitely in both directions, every possible combination not only will happen, but will probably happen more than once. So the particular atoms, the particular subatomic particles that make up this particular form are probably going to rearrange themselves to become this at least once more down the line.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that you would have any knowledge that you had existed already, because obviously that would be traced back to that specific brain that you, I guess, were in possession of at that time.
It's just another iteration of basically an almost identical copy of myself.
Not only that, but there's 8 billion people in the world. You have your unique experience, subjective experience. And you were, I guess, I don't want to say you were selected because now it sounds like God, but it happened already, like a 1 out of 8 billion chance it already had happened. And it also happened to those 8 billion people 1 out of 8 billion times.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
It's very similar to, and this is going to be a thought. I mean, I guess at this point, it's just a thought for everyone to think about. Pi, the number pi has like infinite digits, and every possible combination exists within pi, meaning that as unlikely as it sounds, your phone number, followed by your birthday, followed by your social security number, will occur at least once within pi, if not multiple times, because it's infinite. And, yeah, sure. No God required, though.
Yeah, no God required. There would be no, yeah. Does that make sense? Those sticks, a little, like what I'm trying to get at too?
Yeah, like there are entailments like that, philosophical entailments of the universe being eternal. Yeah, so I mean, it could. I mean, there's even things like Boltzmann brains, right? It could be like there's epistemic questions that are to be had about, whether or not we're just an assembly of atoms that happen to arrange themselves in some place in space that happen to give us all of the memories that we have, and we can't prove that, we're just an assembly of atoms that have false memories in them. There's lots of questions like that, but I guess maybe let's get back on track here though. You do believe in God. You believe in some classical theistic view. Is there reasons that motivate that belief?
Yeah, I think that okay, whether it's something, okay, so we share DNA with chimpanzees, right? Like up to 98% it is, right? So if we shared something DNA with another futuristic alien, whatever you want to call it, right? Because in theory, the universe could be a multiverse and it expands infinitely. And there's probably, I don't know if you guys believe in aliens, and this probably sounding crazy, but I do think that there's a chance that there is life somewhere that has sapience, a higher level of cognition than humans. And if we shared 98% of DNA with them and they were 2% greater than us, then they would look at us how we would view a chimpanzee doing something that a toddler would do. Like, oh, look at little Jay.
How does this fact get us to God, though?
Yeah.
Because, so I'm saying, so by God, right, what humans, well, I shouldn't say.
Are you about to propose what's called ancient astronaut theory? That what we call the gods was actually just aliens visiting us a long time ago, and we were too primitive to understand them as extraterrestrials?
I'm saying that could be a possibility too. So I'm not, yeah, basically that's what I'm saying.
That's not classical theism.
Yeah, it's not classical theism. I would watch out for that too, because ancient astronaut theory is deeply rooted in racism as well.
It is?
Yeah, like a lot of it's like, oh, these ancient brown people, they could not possibly have built these amazing things. It must have been aliens. But as soon as it's a white person that's responsible for making something, it's like, wow, look how great the Romans were. But like,
oh yeah. Yeah.
But Sticks pointed out, that's
like-
not classical theism. That's not an actual deity that's all powerful, all knowing, immaterial, all that kind of stuff. Those
Yeah,
are
like
physical
those
beings.
things wouldn't have created. Yeah, those would be in the universe, right? We're talking about some being that created the universe itself.
Okay.
Unless, like,
Yeah.
like you're kind of using it idiosyncratically, if that's how you're defining God.
Okay, I guess then in short, I would say then I do believe in a higher power. What that higher power is, I don't know.
Well, why do you believe it to be true? Like, what we just talked about was a possibility, right? And I grant that it's not nomologically or physically or like logically impossible for those things to happen. But do we have good reasons to believe that it's actually the case?
Do we have concrete evidence that it is the case? No, we don't.
Well, concrete evidence would be some reason, but do you have any reasons? Like, it could be inferential arguments or justifications or probability raising.
Yeah, I mean, I could sit here and say, like, obviously, I believe that there's an inherent, like, moral. Generally, people have a moral compass from, I don't know what age it arises, but I would believe that would be, I would attribute that to some sort of higher power rather than just human nature itself.
Why would, okay, so look, we can account for.
And I'm not saying that's concrete evidence, by the way.
Well, hold
right?
on.
Obviously, that can be disproven. But
Yeah, but hold on. Look, moral intuitions like empathetic and altruistic tendencies within human nature can be accounted for just through naturalism alone, just through evolution, because it is the case that we're a social species, and much like other social species, which implement similar tendencies, like you'll see like rats like chewing their friends out of cages, or like helping each other out, or giving food, sacrificing themselves. Lots of animals do these sort of things. So of course, as like higher evolved primates, we have more complex emotions and intellect and cognition and stuff. So we have like and social networks. So we have a kind of a broader understanding of morality. But the proto morality we have is just intrinsic to us being social creatures, right? It doesn't serve a good like if we were out here just unaliving each other and stealing each other's food and stuff like that, we wouldn't have made it very far as a species, because we're not the fastest. We don't have the biggest claws or teeth, right?
Yeah,
we evolved because of this. So yeah, I don't know why our morality would be indicative of something supernatural.
See, I don't believe in super like natural, like ghosts or like Ouija boards and like.
What I mean by that is a god, right?
Okay. I see
Like, why
what
would a
you're
god
saying. I'm
be
not
necessary?
disagreeing with that. at all. I would agree that yes, there it is like you can attribute some of that to human evolution.
Sure. And so when we're weighing hypotheses against each other and we're saying like which hypothesis can account for the data, and which we look into like parsimony, like which has fewer assumptions and ontological inflation, all this stuff. Why is it the case that if we can account for morality without invoking God, that you tend to believe that God is the better explanation?
Oh, I wouldn't say I would believe that God is the better explanation.
Huh? I thought you did. Like you said that when I asked for reasons to believe that God exists, and you said, well, we have morality, and this seems to be indicative of some sort of God.
Yeah. But I wouldn't
think that that's the case.
I wouldn't attribute it to saying like it's a better explanation, because I said like you can attribute some of that to human evolution in general, but I think that it's an inherent like, I mean, yeah, I guess so. I guess you got me. If I'm going to use the word inherent, then that would mean that we inherited it as a human.
Well, if it's not the better explanation, then we're not warranted to believe it.
Yeah, no, I get that. I would say, okay, so morality, you take that and just at face value that we can experience moral because of human evolution then?
Yes.
Or
I
we,
think, yeah.
I mean, as a
Okay.
social species, our survival as a species was very much dependent upon the fact that we had empathy and sympathy, and we're able to relate to one another. And
Okay.
when you hurt, I hurt. When you are, joyous, I feel joy. And and morality is like built on that foundation.
It's also kind of built into the way our brains use logic, right? Like it's illogical to do things that are intrinsically self-defeating or something, right? So it just follows from like logic and the way our brains work that we ought to be we ought essentially treat others the way we want to be treated, otherwise we're being illogical.
Okay, let me propose this to you then. If that is the case, that we are moral beings because of human evolution, then what do you say about the people who put their own gain above their morals? Because there's so many people that do that, but that's also a part of human nature. So how could it
We
be?
act incongruently with our moral intuitions all the time, and it's also kind of accounted for in our worldview, because on our view, right, morality and congruent moral actions, which we all deem to be good, is not going to be not everyone is going to share those same moral intuitions, and
Right.
that's
So how
because we
can
don't have
you
the same
just
brains.
attribute that to human evolution if there's direct contradiction to that? Like we see people put their own gain above morals all the time, whether it's like a 2-year-old stealing fruit snacks from another 2-year-old because they want their fruit snacks versus a 2-year-old sharing their fruit snacks because the other one doesn't have it. So we see both of those scenarios happening, right?
Mhm.
And you can say, well, that's both part of human evolution, right? Because we put our own survival as an individual first, but then you also, because we're social creatures, we want to make sure that, you see what I'm saying? It goes hand in hand.
It's because evolution doesn't create perfect, machines. Like we're flawed. So that's exactly what you would expect from evolution.
I mean, I get that, but I guess my counter question to you. Like we would have to acknowledge that so then would it be for me to, let me see if I could sum it up into a sentence. Would it be justifiable for me to say that the person who puts the morals above their own personal gain is a product of some sort of higher power versus the one that chooses to opt into their own personal gain versus morals?
Nope, both are completely natural.
But the same question would be, look, if the reason we're in this conversation right now is because you think it's a better explanation for our moral intuitions that there exists some sort of like divine lawgiver or something like that. Well, the same question we would levy against you then. If that were true, why is it the case that some people act incongruently with that law or those morals, right?
Yeah, like they go against it, right? Is what you're asking?
So the fact that certain people act incongruently with what we deem to be moral is apparent in, or would be a problem for both of our views. If the standard we're trying to achieve is that, like, or if what you're expecting out of our view is that everyone has perfect moral intuitions because it's evolutionarily like gained or something like that, right? And that there being outliers where people do things for their personal gain is evidence against that being true. And in virtue of that, this divine lawgiver is the better explanation because everyone would have the same morals.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Then I would just ask, why do some people act incongruently with those morals?
Oh
Like
God,
it doesn't really.
free will.
It's not really evidence for one or the other, right?
Right. I would.
Jay, as interesting as this conversation is, I do have a lot of other people waiting to come up, and we do need to move on because we are pressed for time. But think a little bit about the things that we talked about today. All right.
Cool. Appreciate you. Thank
We have here Mind Fuel Media. Are you at least 18 years old? Mind Fuel Media, are you there? I will give you 10 seconds to answer. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. The Doctor, are you at least 18 years old?
Yes, I am.
And what pronouns do you go by?
He, him.
And are you a Christian?
Catholic.
All right. I'm Dalton the Bible Guy. I think the Bible is bullshit. Christianity is false. Jesus is dead. Which one of these three topics would you like to talk to us about?
I know it says Christianity is false, but Christianity is a form of, or Catholicism is a form of Christianity, so we'll go with the second one.
All right. I think Christianity is false because the central claim of Christianity is that Jesus is the Messiah, and yet he doesn't fulfill any prophecies about the Messiah from the Old Testament.
Oh, I don't believe that's the reason. I mean, I don't think that's the reason it makes it true or false. I'd say the reason
it's for the reason for me. It's why I left Christianity. Why I left Catholicism for Judaism before I left Judaism for atheism was because Jesus wasn't the Messiah.
Why wasn't he the Messiah to you?
Because he didn't fulfill the prophecies of the Messiah from the Old Testament, not even one.
What are the prophecies?
He would bring about world peace, build the temple, reinstitute the Levitical practices with their sacrifices, bring in all the children of Israel from the four corners of the world, and reestablish the monarchy of Israel. But can you, instead of us going forever about all the things that he failed to do, it'd probably just be easier if you could name us even one prophecy that he did actually fulfill.
I don't think the prophecies make anything true or false.
Well, that's my criteria for determining if someone's the Messiah.
Hey, what do you think? Like, what does it mean to be the Messiah, Doc? If not for fulfilling prophecy?
Oh, it just means to save people.
So Moses was the Messiah.
You could make that argument, yes.
King Cyrus was the Messiah.
I don't know who King Cyrus is.
From the Old Testament, King Cyrus, he freed the Jewish people from their exile in Babylon.
Mm-hmm. The name didn't ring a bell, but you can make that argument then.
So now Moses is the Messiah.
You could make that argument, yes.
Would you make that argument?
I would, based on how I define
we can now call
Messiah.
We can call Moses the Christ now. Moses Christ.
No, not the Christ, but you can say the Messiah.
Messiah and Christ are the same thing. Messiah in Hebrew is Mashiach, means anointed one. And when you translate that into Greek, it's Christos, also meaning anointed one. Christ and Messiah are synonymous terms. They are the same thing.
Mm-hmm. I define them differently. I just define Messiah as the Savior, and I define Christ as the Son of God.
You don't get to make up your own definitions. Words have meaning. If I go to the Old Testament, if I go to the Old Testament and I see that King Cyrus is called a Messiah, Mashiach in Hebrew, and that gets translated into Greek, what word is going to get used?
Whatever the Greek word is.
Well, let's take a look. I'm going to Isaiah 45, verse 1. It says, Thus saith the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, that is, Ko amar Yahweh la Mashiachu lekoresh. So Messiah, Mashiach is the word used there. If I go to the Septuagint, the Greek translation, it's going to say, let's take a look. Autus lege kurios hotheos tu Christo mu Cairo. He's called Christo, which is what word?
Sorry, you cut out there. What did you say?
Autus lege kurios, or Kyrios, or theos, to Christo mu Cairo. And the word for Mashiach here, the translated in Greek is Christo, which means what?
Oh, I didn't understand half of what you said, and by half I mean all of what you said.
The only thing the only thing you need to understand is that when it calls Cyrus Mashiach in Hebrew, the Greek word that correlates is Christo. Which means what?
I don't know. What does Christo mean?
It's the Greek word. It's in the New Testament. Jesus is called Christo. Christ.
Oh, you're talking about your Christ, the Son of God.
Yeah, Cyrus is called Christ.
I thought you said he was called Christo.
Christo. There ain't no way. Are you trolling right now?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time following this differently. I only speak English. I speak a little bit of broken Spanish, but that's about it.
Your English word Christ in the New Testament, when you ever see Jesus Christ, it's Jesu Christo. Jesu Christo. Jesus Christ. Christo is the word Christ in Greek. In the Old Testament, whenever someone gets called Mashiach or Messiah, anointed one, that gets translated into Greek as Christo. Christ and Messiah are the same exact word. Same meaning.
Well, you're welcome to believe that. I'd find them differently, though.
Nope. You don't get to define what it means. The Bible
Why not?
itself.
I use words too.
The Bible itself says that these are the same word. Why do you think Jesus is? Why do you think Jesus is? Do you think that the idea of Christ was a new concept?
You said it says that they're the same word.
There is no fucking way.
Where does it say that Messiah is the same as Christ?
Isaiah 45.
Can you read that?
Yes. In the Hebrew, it says, Ko amar Yahweh li meshichu lekoresh. The word li meshichu means unto his Messiah. To his Messiah. And when that gets translated into Greek, it says, Autus lege Kyrios hotheos. Thus saith the Lord, to Christo, to his Christ, his Christ, Cairo, Cyrus. It says.
So where does it say, quote, the Messiah is Christ?
What?
You said a lot of words that I didn't
Okay.
understand.
Wait.
Let's go with the English version.
No. Is the word cat and the word gato the same word?
What does gato mean?
You said you spoke Spanish.
I said very broken Spanish. I know about like 2 phrases.
What word do you know in Spanish?
Hola.
And is hola and hi the same word?
No, they're different words, but they mean the same thing.
They mean the same thing. Christ and Messiah mean the same thing.
Is the semantic content pointing at the same thing? Is the referent the same thing?
I'm sorry, the other person who just chimed in, I couldn't hear what you said.
Okay, this is the last straw, okay? I'm going to get my iPad out, and I'm going to write this out so that you can understand in a way that even a child would understand. Otherwise, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. For something this simple should not be this hard. Let's see. Okay. All right. In English, you have 2 words. Okay? You have the words Christ, and you have the word Messiah. Okay? The word Christ comes from the Greek word Christo. This is the Greek. This is where we get our English word. Messiah comes from two different ways. Messiah comes from the Greek transliteration Messias, which comes from the Hebrew Mashiach. Both Christo and Mashiach mean anointed. If I wanted to write the word anointed in Hebrew, it would be Mashiach. If I wanted to write it in Greek, I would write it as Christo. Do you understand now why Christ and Messiah are the same meaning, same word? They both refer to the anointed one.
And what does the anointed one mean?
One who has olive oil poured on their head ceremoniously for the purpose of being a king, a priest, or a prophet.
Does it have to be olive oil?
Yes.
Why?
Because that's how the anointing ceremony worked in the Hebrew Bible. When King David was anointed, what did they use?
The question is why olive oil as opposed to other oils?
Because it comes from the word meshech, which means to have olive oil poured on your head.
But I'm still not certain why it has to be olive oil.
Listen.
This
Okay.
There's no way.
Okay, listen. I'm making an executive decision. You are too stupid to talk to. And I won't entertain it anymore. Why do I have to teach basic fucking Christianity to a 5-year-old would have understood what I meant.
Dalton, you had to literally pull out crayons.
Literally. Fucking pulled out crayons for his low tier ass. That was insane. Okay. Dr. Dre, 303, are you at least 18?
Hello. Yeah, I am. I actually just graduated yesterday from high school. But yeah, I am 18.
And what pronouns do you go by?
I'm
All right. God. Bunch of low tiers. It's in his profile. Oh, you're a liar, Dr. Dre. Why does Christianity make y'all liars? I'm not bringing you up. Because you're a liar, that's why. And we don't talk to children. So you're also muted. You can watch the show, but you won't be interacting with us. Oh, man. I'm going to bring up a friendly who's going to make sense. Hey, Frinware son.
I would like to do a portrayal of how I feel about the last conversation.
Yeah.
That is all.
That is what the inside of my head does sound like right now. Like when I have to draw these kind of fucking charts for a grown-ass man, it's embarrassing.
Why do you think I don't do debate lives anymore? This is why. I can't do it, man.
A dramatic reading from Fenrir, son.
True. Hey, Sticks.
Hey, what's up, Finn?
All right, I do have some super chats, so we're gonna read those real quick. At House 70 with the $5. Movie plot: Jesus and Paul had a fallout. After Jesus' death, Paul decided to twist all of his teachings and contradicted all of that Jesus Christ taught. Pretty good movie plot, and quite believable. At Ontological Shock with the $10. Ola, Dalton. Ola, as we just learned, is the same word as hi. How long did it take you to learn Hebrew, and how many times would you study each week? I'm thinking about learning Hebrew or Greek to read the early text of the Tanakh or the New Testament. Thanks. So I started studying Hebrew when I was 16. And I studied every single day in order to, as the kids say, get good. It took a long time because I didn't have a teacher. You would be better off getting an actual teacher to teach you Hebrew, and you would be able to do it in a lot quicker time than it took me over 10 years to get where I'm at now. I'm 30 now, and I'm still learning every day. As regards for Greek's a lot easier to learn, as the Greek letters do look like and correspond to English letters, and also their vowels in Greek, making it a lot easier to read. But yeah, I totally encourage you to, if you want, there's a really great, the Great Courses Plus. Think of it like Netflix for smart people. You can get a subscription to the Great Courses Plus, and they have lessons on almost everything you can imagine, including Biblical Hebrew and Koine Greek.
Speaking of movie ideas, did you guys see the Christian horror movie with Nicolas Cage playing Joseph, the father of Jesus?
No,
Called
but like when I start doing movie reactions, which guys, I'm going to be doing movie reactions pretty soon to Christian films, and I'm going to start by watching David the cartoon. But I'm going to be watching The Carpenter's Son. It's on my to watch list.
I heard it was bad, but I haven't watched it myself.
Well, I guess we'll find out when I get around to watching it. At Nicotine Beans with the $5, I watched a cop cam of a man getting arrested for raping his grandchild. He also had Jesus Saves decals all over his truck. Praise the Lord, shaking my head. Guys, most of these P3dos out there do happen to be Christian, because the Bible doesn't say anything negative about screwing kids, sadly. And at Not the Bible, Jason with the $5, hashtag at Delina Loves House Bunnies would like to know if combining the U and Y in the Bible Guy logo was an intentional typography decision. Thanks. When I write in cursive, my Y's and my U's run together like that, so that's why it looks like that. I realize it doesn't make sense to some people, but like in my head, that's how I envisioned it, and that's how when I write in cursive, that's just how it comes out. He gave Arwen $30,000, buddy. I don't even have $10,000. God damn! I wish I had that kind of money to just give out, and I can if all of you do your part and donate to the Bible Guy. Oh, someone's mad in the comment section. Someone's upset that, they're not Arwen. Well, suck it. Okay. And at Mindfuel Media, we're going to try to bring you up again. You didn't come in last time. Are you at least 18 years old?
Yes, I am.
And what pronouns do you go by?
He, him.
And are you a Christian?
Yes.
All right, I'm Dalton the Bible Guy. The Bible is bullshit, Christianity is false, and Jesus is dead. Which one of these three topics would you like to talk to me about?
Can we talk about the fact that you're atheist?
I'm atheist because no one's giving me a good
3 points.
I'm an atheist because no one's giving me a good reason to think that the Christian God exists or any God.
Okay, well, how do you describe the fact that we all exist?
I was my parents fucked.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yours probably did too.
Right, but let's go past humans existing. How about the world? How does the world exist?
Gravity pulls on heavy elements to form planets after stars explode.
Okay, well, that's how it maintains its existence, but how did it come into existence?
What? The universe?
Yeah, everything.
I don't think it came into existence. I think it's always existed.
All right, well, I think that's basically just the fundamental difference between me and you. I believe that it came into existence because how is it possible for something to just always have been unless it is supernatural?
Why would it need to be supernatural in order to always exist?
Because the idea of infinity is a supernatural idea.
No, it's not.
Well,
give the argument for that.
The idea that something could be infinite would just ultimately imply that it is supernatural.
No, it doesn't.
Wait.
Give the argument.
Yes, it
But
does.
do you think that like the set of like real numbers is supernatural?
No, because that's just numbers. However,
there's infinite
Yeah, so there can
existence from like a biological or a scientific standpoint would just strictly have to be supernatural, because how is it that something could come into existence without a creator?
It doesn't come into existence. It's always existed.
No,
Yeah,
it
like,
hasn't.
you recognize that there's cosmological models that just state that the universe always existed, right? And that it's a pretty widely held position in like cosmology and cosmogony that in astrophysics that we at least don't have enough data to suggest that the universe came into existence, and many hold that it just didn't come into existence, that it always has existed.
68% of physicists do not hold to there being a beginning of the universe.
Oh, yeah, well, I would definitely say that that is a wrong viewpoint. Like, that is just
Based on
it's
what?
Based on the fact that it doesn't make any sense, and
To you,
also
it doesn't.
based on
Wait. Personal. So an argument from personal incredulity.
No, I understand. Well, like, yeah, I agree. Let's stick with objective standpoints. But okay, so when you die, what do you think will happen to you? Let's do a little topic switch. Like, what do you think will happen to your consciousness and who
I
you
will be
are?
curled up around by the great Fenrir, and I will be warm and cuddly for the rest of my eternity.
I think
Is that actually what you believe?
No,
No, I think my consciousness will cease.
Okay. And then just to kind of defend what I believe and how I would think about it and view it, would be that even if that is true, which I don't believe it is, that would be a very sad and morbid way of thinking of things.
But I'm not sad and morbid.
Well, I think you are.
I'm not though. Wait. Who do you think between the two of us understands the mind of the Bible guy better?
Between the two of who?
Me and
you?
Yeah, between
Okay,
you.
isn't there someone else here?
Well, no. I'm just saying between you being Mindfield Media and me being the Bible guy, who's a better authority on the inner life of the Bible guy?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Who knows my mind better, you or me?
I would say God knows your mind best. But
Nope. That
between
wasn't
the
an
two of us,
option.
you.
Okay, me.
Yeah,
when
no, I
te-
know. You-
so when
you.
So when I
Yeah,
tell
you.
you I'm not sad and morbid, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You don't. Unless you can
Yeah,
prove to me
but
that you were able to
that's-
read. Unless listen, we can actually I will concede right now. Yeah, we'll just do something. Watch. I'm gonna write down a number. Okay, I'm thinking of a number.
Yeah, I won't know the number if that's what you're gonna ask.
So to be clear, you can't read my mind.
No, I can't.
All right, so let's not make claims about what the Bible guy thinks, because the Bible guy is telling you. By the way, the answer is 4242, double meaning of life. That he's not sad and morbid.
Okay, but you might not think you are, but objectively, from an objective standpoint,
Objectively, how
Do
do
you
you
believe-
prove?
well,
How do you
first of all,
prove that
let's-
I'm?
let's
How do you?
establish- do you-
How do you? How do you
do you believe
objectively
in-
prove that I'm sad and morbid? Go ahead and make that.
I don't think
make
you
your argument.
feel sad and morbid, but I would say from an objective standpoint of what is true, if you just believe that life is nothing and that in
No,
the
life
end
is,
everything
life is
disappears.
life is lots of things.
No, I understand, but in the end, life is nothing, right? Because in the end,
why would I care? I won't exist.
Yeah, look, and it seems to be the case that you're just complaining about the entailments of whether, or of if it's the case that, there doesn't exist some sort of like post-life subjective experience. All you're saying is, I don't feel comfy with that thought, therefore, this proposition is true.
no, it's not that I don't feel comfy with that thought. It would just be that there would be no reason for our existence. I believe that everything needs to have a reason and a basis.
What do you mean reason? Like, are you saying that if, like, because
So,
I
like-
take it to be the case that the reason I exist, or in terms of not in terms of teleology, but like I give myself reason to exist. I give myself purpose and desires and all these sort of things. I don't have something extrinsic to me that gives me those things.
Samesies.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that is a sad way to look at things, but
well, that's
again,
like
all in all,
that's like your opinion, man.
yeah. No, I understand.
And also, I
do
would say
you believe
that
in
there's the view of Christianity where at least, I don't know, what's a good percentage? 90% of the world's population that ever has and ever will exist is going to burn for eternity?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's sad.
That's fucking morbid as hell.
All right, well, we can talk about that. So God created, or I believe that God created man and female, and he called it very good, and that Adam and Eve were in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
It was perfect.
No,
and
no, it doesn't.
Unfortunately,
it doesn't say perfect. Let's not introduce ideas
what,
into the
what
Bible
does it say
that
then?
just says good. Very good is not perfect. Adam and Eve were by definition.
No,
not,
I would.
Adam and Eve were by definition.
I would argue that good is perfection.
Well, no. Adam and Eve were by definition not perfect. Perfect means lacking nothing, and Adam and Eve did have things that they lacked.
Oh no, I'm not claiming Adam and Eve were perfect. I'm claiming that the state of the earth was perfect because God called it good.
Well, why? Good doesn't. Those are two different words with two different meanings.
Okay, well, yeah, that's just a semantical thing with what perfect means.
Yes.
But, okay, so
yes,
I believe that Adam and
because
Eve were.
You're talking about the meaning of words is by definition
Right.
semantics.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe I had.
But mine. Sorry, can I cut you off for a sec? Look, we know
Yeah.
what you believe. Well, at least the Bible guy and I were Christian. I don't know about Fen, but we know what you believe. But we're looking for the reasons why you believe it to be true.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the topic then?
Well, there's.
God.
I was getting to my
Yahweh,
point with
Yahweh's
the idea that.
Yeah, here. Let's just go. Let's just start over. Why should I think that Yahweh exists?
Just look around. Everything that exists has a creator.
Nope.
And
that's
what the evidence
that
points
tree.
to.
Wait, that tree right there doesn't have a creator. False.
What is your evidence for that?
No. What's the evidence? You made the claim that it does have a creator. I don't believe you. Give me evidence that tree right there has a creator. As far as I know, trees just naturally form.
Well, somebody created the first tree that tree descended from.
Prove it.
Prove it? I mean, it's there.
Well,
that's all the proof I need.
It being there doesn't mean that someone created it. That's how 5-year-olds think. Give me a reason to think that. Give me a reason to think that someone made that tree.
Really quick, mind. How do you differentiate between a natural thing and a created thing if you think everything was created?
Is he talking to me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, the question was, how do I believe? Wait, say that again.
So you're basically using the watchmaker argument, where if you walk along the beach, if you find a pocket watch, you understand that thing is a created thing. But in your mindset, all the sand that's around the same said pocket watch is also created. So how are you differentiating between a created thing and a natural thing?
I don't think there is like a difference. I think that like one thing might have been created and designed by man, who was given the ability to create that through God's gracious giving to us of the ability to create things.
It's just claim. With you, it's just claim after claim after claim, and you never get to the part where you give us evidence.
I mean, I just believe that the evidence for
I know what you believe, but you never give me evidence for what you believe. You just keep telling me what you believe.
The evidence for existence is existence.
Existence. I believe that things exist. That's not for debate. Why they exist, you haven't been able to give me a reason to think any reason.
Why do things exist? Because God decided they would.
Prove that.
The proof is like literally in the pudding.
You're just question begging. Look, if I said, if I said that, look, things exist, and that's evidence of naturalism, right? Or of atheism, right? And you said, well, why, what would motivate me to believe that things existing entails atheism? And I said, well, the things exist. It's just clear. You're just begging the question. We're asking for justifications, motivations for that conclusion.
Atheism doesn't. My evidence is that there has to be a creator
because
in order for things to exist.
That's not the evidence. That's the claim.
That's not evidence. Do you know the difference between claims and evidence?
Yes.
If I state that something simply is, that's a claim. All you're doing is telling me what you think is. If I tell you, I give you like reasons to also believe that the thing is, that would be evidence. Give me reasons to think that what you state is true.
Well, I just think my only reason for believing that everything exists is that it was created.
But why? Why?
Why was it created? Because God wanted to create it.
Why do you think it was created?
Because God did. Well, because the Bible tells me that God created it.
Why should I believe the Bible? Now we're getting somewhere. Why
Because
should I
the
believe
the Bible is inspired scripture from a supernatural God who told it to.
Why should I think it's inspired by a God?
What?
Why should I think it's inspired by a God?
You should think it's inspired by God because there's evidence to believe it is through eyewitnesses' accounts of
what?
God doing miraculous things over all time.
We have 0 eyewitness accounts of God doing miraculous things in the Bible. We have stories
There's
written by
500
unknown.
eyewitness accounts.
Name one.
There's
Oh no, there is
500
no,
eyewitness
there
accounts
isn't.
of
No, there is
seeing-
not. No, there's not.
Of seeing
You
Jesus
don't know
resurrected.
you don't know anything about the 500, and I'm about to prove it right now. Tell me any facts about the 500.
I know they're written in the Bible. I mean, I don't know the references of the verse, but I know Jesus appeared to
the
500 people, and that there's
all we have, literally all we have, is one single line in one book, 1 Corinthians 15:6. Paul makes the claim that Jesus appeared to 500 people, but we don't have their names, we don't have their testimony, we don't have jack shit about them. All we have is Paul's claim about them.
Well, there's also the gospel accounts of Jesus appearing to maybe
know
not 500, but other people.
We don't know who wrote the Gospels, and they contradict each other.
Mind, do you
That's a
understand the
bold claim.
distinction between writing that there are 500 witnesses and having 500 witnesses?
What's that?
Do you understand the distinction between a text claiming there were 500 witnesses and actually having 500 witnesses?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't really know what the 500 witnesses.
It comes from
were.
Paul. Paul in 1 Corinthians 15 states that he received information, or it's kind of ambiguous whether or not he's giving this information, but he's claiming that there were 500. So we have one single account from a guy who wasn't there claiming there were 500.
Yeah, I wrote down on a piece of paper that there were 500 witnesses for Puff the Magic Dragon on John's live, so I could put it on camera to illustrate that point. That doesn't mean, I think we could all agree we don't have 500 witnesses to Puff the Magic Dragon, even though I actually wrote down that there were 500 witnesses. That's the equivalent of what we have for the 500, quote unquote, 500 referenced in the Bible. That's literally equivalent.
Yeah, I mean, I probably shouldn't continue to argue on that basis just because I don't know. I operate a lot on faith, and I also believe that there is a lot of evidence for everything I do believe. However, I do not know all the evidence. Well, I can provide some of it. Like, I would say that, obviously, the fact that I'm here and that,
the fact that
I know
you are
you don't
here
want
is
personal testimony.
the fact that
but
you are
the fact
here is
that God saved me
the fact that
is
you are
evidence
here is
for
evidence that you
God.
are here and evidence of nothing else. And
Well,
you're
I
right,
just
and you're also
fundamentally
and you're also correct that no one gives a shit about your personal testimony.
Yeah, I know. I think some people do. I wouldn't say nobody.
No one here does.
Okay. But But yeah, no, I just wanted to come on and let you know that Jesus loves you and that he died for you. So
Jesus can't love me because he's dead, and fuck off. What a crop. They always got a fucking. This is what you sound like as you were leaving. And I'll have to just tell you before I leave. Sorry, crop dust. Pathetic. Man, they need to all take a course in the difference between evidence and claims before they come on TikTok.
Fenrir loves you more than Jesus.
Yeah, Fenrir does love me more than Jesus because Jesus doesn't love me at all. Dalton, do you always steal people's For You page? Does someone else have my face as their profile picture? That's why I gotta know. At Chris RPG 1980 with the $2. Caller hit 3 logical fallacies so far. Can he do 4? The answer is yes, he did do 4. In fact, he probably did far more than 4. We just stopped counting at one point. Man alive. Well, guys, I've got less than an hour before I have to go live on the line for the Devangelical show. So make sure that you guys all go out, get your rest on, do a little bit of resting, and in an hour at 5 p.m. Central Time, you will find me and Sarah from Leaving Faith live together on the Devangelical podcast. I want to thank Sean, Sticks, and Fearmer's son for hanging out with me tonight. Even if it was very brief.
Was very brief. You should come by. You should join us for D&D some night.
Maybe we'll get around to it. I gotta learn a little bit more about D&D and find the time to.
Hey,
Host, you look tired.
Yeah. Bible guy. You know, part of the whole thing that I do is teaching people how to play the game. It's actually like the whole point of what I'm doing. It's like, it's like the whole point. Anyway,
Someone said, Dalton, you look tired. I'm tired of y'all's bullshit. That's what I'm tired of, trusting the Lord. But anyways. But with that, I've been the Bible guy. Oh, wait, got another super chat real quick. At Game Guy with the $2. Jesus doesn't love me because I'm not an Israelite. True. He came only for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, according to Jesus. But hey, gentlemen, thank you both so much for coming out and hanging out with me. And I've been the Bible guy. Remember to keep reading, keep learning, and we'll see you all again in about an hour. Bye.
Born from dust and questioning fire, wielding truth like a sword of desire. Ancient scrolls and cosmic flame, he tears through myth, he breaks the chain. Echoes of prophets, the stars align, knowledge and thunder intertwine. Reason ascends where blind faith fell. He reads the word and he reads it well. The Bible guide, seeker of the light. Through time and fire he rides the night, with reason's blade and wisdom's cry. The world shall hear the Bible guide. Scrolls of ages, words aflame. He dares to question